Howdy! My truths, my justices, and my non-binary pursuits of happiness. It's me! Great! And today, I'm joined by the most liberty for all. It's...
me.
Hi, chat. Let's see. I see Jaden. I see Conus. I see Lunicon. Looking forward to this one. This week has been... Ace Attorney will help. Ace Attorney always helps. I assure you, there will be no downsides to this final part. Speaking of which, I will get the game open and screen shared.
What was that song? I haven't heard it in forever.
That is Troll Cops.
Oh.
In Homestuck, it shows up during the part where you play as Terezi and can access the record player, and you could choose what song to play.
Yeah, I remember that.
Troll Cops. It was not on I've been getting the songs for this playthrough from a playlist of Terezi songs because obviously, and for this one I was like, okay, which ones haven't we done yet? And I was like, wait a second, Troll Cops isn't on here, and so I had to go look up Troll Cops to get it. People don't remember Troll Cops is another Terezi tune, even if it doesn't fit. It doesn't have her leitmotif. Time for Judgment. Okay, let's get this over to Muck Guck 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 Guck. And get this on the screen. Alright, are we hype? Are you hype, Mako?
I think so. As much as I can manage.
Feel more hype.
I've been trying all day to feel hype for anything, and I haven't been able to.
You know what, Mako, to make up for it, we're gonna start you with this. There we go. We're gonna start you a size bigger than usual.
Thanks. I think.
All right.
Mako is hyped or elsewhere, yeah.
February 24th, 3:12 p.m. Wright & Co. Law Offices. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm sorry for what my sister said.
Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to, in order for him to get the verdict he deserved.
I didn't know. I never knew that the SL9 incident was just another name for the Joe Dark killings. Sounds like everyone's heard about these killings but me. Phoenix never hears any information prior to things happening. He is learning everything for the first time. Lana wanted Dark convicted so badly. That's why she used me. That's why she used what happened to me. What do you mean, what happened to you? It's all there in the file. It's kind of wild that the entirety of Homestuck is stored on 3 discs and a SNES cartridge. Yeah, it's fair. Phoenix can't afford cable or newspaper. Also fair. But they have a television. They do in fact have a television. Joe Dark's last victim was Prosecutor Neil Marshall. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an incriminating piece of evidence. But what did you have to do with those killings, Emma? On the night Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered, Joe Dark tried to kill me. What? He tried to kill you? Officer Marshall's brother, Neil, was only trying to save me. So that means you... Yes. I was a witness in the Joe Dark trial. I didn't see that one coming, even though it said in the file that she was, in fact, a witness to the Joe Dark case.
Oh, it did?
Yeah,
Avery, some of these socks you bought me many years ago have holes in the bottom now. It's kind of sad.
Stitch him back up.
And also annoying.
Yeah. Witnesses. Lana Sky, Emma Sky. Let's talk. It happened 2 years ago. It was right about this time of the year, too. There was a terrible thunderstorm that day, unusual for the season. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together once she finished her work. Then suddenly, this terrifying man came bursting into the office. Joe Dark. It seemed like he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me. I didn't know what was going on. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up. Jake Marshall's brother. Joe Dark tried to take me hostage. Before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. Then... what happened? I'll never forget it. Lightning struck, and the lights went out suddenly. A bolt of lighting flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for an instant. What I saw then burned a permanent picture in my mind. I can still see it now. A permanent picture? I don't remember the moment when Dark stabbed Mr. Marshall. So you weren't able to testify about that? No, I was only asked about when I was attacked. That must be why she made up the crime. Made it up? You mean provided bogus evidence? Bogus? Nobody uses bogus anymore!
Yeah.
Sako Ray. The prosecutor's office wanted the guilty verdict so badly. Lana forged the evidence, and Mr. Edgeworth used it. Edgeworth? Yes, but I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. He couldn't have known he was being given false evidence. Even so, that's when it all started. Crumch bogus. Why is it so easy to kill people in this universe? 40% of murder cases, at least in the United States, go unsolved. If you commit a murder, you have a statistical 2 in 5 chance of getting away with it.
Huh.
And so, that's when it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edgeworth, I mean, it's all my fault. If I could have just testified properly, none of this would have happened. So it's true, even though he may not have known it, Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence. After that case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold, like she is today. She must not have been able to face up to what she did, especially not to Emma. Permanent picture. What did you see in the instant the crime occurred? Dark knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife. Neil Marshall was stabbed right in front of this poor girl. I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently, I passed out. When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms. Poor Emma. You've been through so much.
Why did he say poor Emma to Emma?
I couldn't bring myself to testify about that incident. Well, maybe you would be able to have a better job testifying if there were people in the room. I tried, but the words just wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good. 2 years ago, you must have been 14. That's understandable. Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided that when I grow up, I'd become a scientific investigator. I wanted to be able to fight crime with my testimonies, and find the evidence to make an airtight case. That way Lana would never have to forge any. I see. I think I'm finally starting to understand what makes Emma tick. But there's still something that bothers me about that crime. Something puzzling. There's something that's puzzling me, Emma. The daily crossword, I just... do you know a 4-letter word for a number?
4.
Starts with F.
5.
It was 6. 6 with an F for 6. There we go. What is it? You said you were in Lana's office at that time, right? That's right. Why then would a serial killer come running in there? Not only that, but he was being chased by a prosecutor? Oh, there's no mystery there. Joe Dark had been taken in for questioning that day. Jaden, 6 is 4 letters if you start it with the letter F to make F6. Taken for questioning? You mean by the police? Of course. This happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled into my sister's office. Why did he run all the way over to your sister's office? Because the detective's offices in the questioning room were right across from the elevator. Across from the elevator? But Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she? No, silly. Didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Lana was a detective.
Oh man, I'm having trouble focusing on the game for some reason. I keep like just randomly daydreaming.
Have you taken your dosages?
I've taken at least 1 Ritalin today. I couldn't remember if I took the second one or not. I think I did, and I don't know if I'm allowed to have more than 2.
That is fair.
Also, I'm not usually I'm not usually on Ritalin when I'm doing the co-host streams with you.
That's fair.
Today I've just been very.
That's fair. Maybe you'll focus more when like you start actually having to like voice a character on screen.
Probably, yeah.
2 years ago, Lana was a detective. She was the best in the entire force. That's news to me. After the Joe Dark case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor. Lana used to be a detective? I'd better have another talk with her.
Let me be right back real quick if you don't mind.
Okay. We got our entire success in court today to this tape. At first I thought it was a joke, but it turned out to be a goldmine of evidence. I counted a total of 5 clues in it. It also gave the Blue Badger some publicity. Of the negative sort, that is. This fingerprint was left in the locker when Marshall was stashing his bloody coat. I guess that blood wasn't Mr. Goodman's after all. Nope, just that of an overly zealous patrolman. So there wasn't a murder at the police department at 5:15 in the end. I wonder what's going to happen to Officer Marshall now. This sure is pretty fragile. It looks like it's about to break apart. What do you mean, about to? It's already broken. I meant, again. This piece was found in Detective Goodman's evidence locker. That means... this is somehow related to the other incident. I'm just presenting the things to Emma. It seems everything is somehow related to this incident. What was it labeled again? The SL9 incident? Yes, the name of everyone connected to this trial is listed in here. All that's left is to figure out just what role everyone plays in this case. If we search hard enough, I think we'll find our answers. What exactly did or didn't want to do? I'm not sure I want to know everything.
I know everything. It hurts sometimes.
Scratcher was so kind, giving us something like this. Hey, you don't think he likes me, do you? Are you okay, Emma? Mr. Wright, hurry, run!
What?
Here, wipe those fingerprints off your face. Might as well wipe my dignity away while you're at it. Mr. Goodman didn't have this on the day of the crime, right? Right. A few days before he was murdered. He had filed a lost item report. Although, stolen item is more like it. Aside with that lone wolf who dressed up like him. I never would have thought Officer Marshall the type to do something like that. It didn't come as much of a surprise to me. There's only one number left to check out. That's right. We now know the other numbers aren't related to the murder. 777-7777. An executive officer.
I had a feeling that was Gant like the first time I saw those numbers.
777-77777. I believe that's 17 too many. We can't find out whose number this is unless we have some incriminating evidence. That's going to be hard to dig up by tomorrow. Hi, Tiger. The screwdriver was in Edgewood's office, wasn't it? Yes, he said it didn't have anything to do with the crime. Then, what are we doing carrying it around? Hey, don't ask me! I'm the one making the decisions around here! If I recall, Edgeworth said Chief Gant asked him to take this to the prosecutor's office. That was pretty expensive. Let's say, how much? We already did this part. Okay, I think we did all the earlier stuff already. Can we get information on this, though? No.
I love that sprite of her scribbling, like her mouth. Look at her mouth.
See this? It's my attorney's badge. Huh, well, I've never seen a real one before. Oh, we already seen this before. I do love the little mouth. Okay, let's go! February 24th, Detention Center room. It's Langa. Lana?
I had to mute myself for a second, hang on.
I'm just drinking some beverage.
Mr. Wright, it seems I keep causing you trouble.
Falsifying evidence. I didn't think you were the type.
Criminals don't mind playing foul, why should we?
But Lana, if you're wrong, an innocent person might be found guilty.
Believe me, I understand the risks.
Lana, Emma told me about you.
Oh?
About how you were a detective 2 years ago. And how the SL9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office.
That's right.
Could you fill me in on the details, especially about that unusual change of jobs? Mr. Wright? Eto ble... What the hell is that noise? That was me slurping a mixture of, hot cocoa powder, coffee creamer, and water.
What the fuck? Why don't you just use milk?
I don't have milk.
I suppose you have a right to know, Mr. Wright. Attorneys and prosecutors have no business showing evidence outside court. It's taboo, especially when the interests of both parties are involved.
She really means it. Lana. Today's trial. A lot of revelations were uncovered at today's trial, not the least of which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago.
Evidence from that case was stolen as well, though I expected as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be.
I realize that you are very loud because I turned up your volume the other night.
Oh.
Also, should we be in the stream call?
Doesn't really matter. I think Ringtail's like busy streaming and Pete never really pops in anyway.
Okay, I gotta... How do I change... There we go. Okay, say something?
I am gonna, what am I gonna do, Avery? What am I doing? I don't know.
Okay, that's fair enough.
Yeah.
You read this?
Yeah.
That trial, it really wasn't fair, was it? I believed in you, Lana. I believed that no matter what happened, you'd always stick to the truth.
It couldn't be helped, Emma. At that trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul.
It happens. It's, you know, it's an okay car, but, like, there are other better options. Well, all drama aside, the fact of the matter is, at 5:15, there was no murder at the police department. Tell me it's not true, Lana. What the witness, Miss Starr, said. About you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife. Lana, I don't understand. Why won't you tell us?
Emma, this doesn't involve just me.
I don't think I've ever seen Lana look so phased before.
It's true. I was a member of the police force 2 years ago.
She was amazing! They still talk about all the cases she and Chief Gant cracked together. Chief Gant? He was the deputy chief of police back then, but he still worked the crime scenes. No, that's you. Read the line.
Oh. He was the deputy chief of police back then, but he still worked the crime scenes.
It's always hard to tell when they're not on screen.
Damon Gant was everything I aspired to be.
They were the best team ever! They solved crimes before the reports could even be filed! You really idolized your big sister. But now you're chief prosecutor. What happened?
I had always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was...
to gain experience investigating crime scenes, so you could use that experience in court, right? It was an interesting choice.
Gant's help in the SO9 case was crucial to its resolution. After that, he became chief of police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office.
Maybe I should ask more about this investigation of theirs 2 years ago. The Dark investigation.
2 years ago, I was second in command of the detectives investigating Dark.
Second in command? That means the investigation lead was Damon Gant, right?
Yes. Deputy Chief Gant and I shared the same office and the same investigations.
They even had the same office.
We led a team of the best detectives on the force. Detective Goodman, whose case it was, Jake Marshall, and Angel Starr. It was the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho. Without a doubt, Joe Dark was the serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That was when his final murder took place.
When he tried to murder Emma. Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Dark.
You see, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me.
Trying to save me from Joe Dirt on DVD. Now you tell us. First one at the scene.
Damon Gant and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Dark that day. The investigation was in its final stages, and Dark must have suddenly panicked. So he waited until Gant and Marshall let their guards down, then fled the room.
That's not really good for your case. Actually, to like, just scoot back a little bit on this conversation here, they were trying to prove that, beyond reasonable doubt, Joe Dark was the serial killer of these murders. And they needed to end up forging evidence to be able to prove that. But I feel like they tried running out of the interrogation room to, like, the questioning room to go and, like, try to escape the building as a pretty solid evidence that they probably did the crime. Like, you didn't need to forge anything. You have that. I think they pretty much fucked themselves.
I don't know. It might not be enough. From there, he ran straight to the office shared by Deputy Chief Gant and myself.
That's where he found me. So you were the first person to run to the scene, Lana?
It appears so. I was filing some papers while Gant and Marshall were questioning Dark. When I returned in my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood.
3 bodies? Prosecutor Marshall, the victim Emma, who had passed out,
and the suspect, Joe Dark. During the struggle, it seems Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and lay unconscious.
What did you do?
To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma, carried her out of the room, and just held her.
Can't blame her. After all, her sister must have gone through.
After that, I placed Dark under immediate arrest.
Let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SL9 incident.
That's right. What a coincidence, hmm?
I don't buy it. What are you saying? There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident, just by chance. But the case was solved 2 years ago. At least one person went to extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved.
Officer Marshall. Yes, his actions came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he's changed completely.
Yeah, he started acting like a cowboy. It was really weird. I guess he wasn't convinced with the ruling against Joe Dark.
And it doesn't end with the closing of the case. Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with their memories.
That case just might not be over yet. Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police department, right?
Yes, in the office that Damon Gant and I shared. The office that Mr. Gant now occupies by himself. The chief's office.
Maybe we should have a look at the chief's office, the site of the final SL9 murder. Hell yeah, let's go. February 24th, Police Station, Criminal Affairs Department. I don't see Detective Gumshoe anywhere. Things seem any quiet around here today. You're right. The chief of detectives seems the same though. Why don't I go look for some other people to talk to? Right. I can come back here later. That man must be the chief of detectives. He's staring at the screen so hard it might shatter.
What? Dark case may have been fabricated? That's what I thought all along. I just never bothered to tell anyone.
Now there's a guy who cares about his work. That was one of the detectives. He's mumbling something to himself. That's it! The villain used a time machine! Very clever indeed. That would explain the alibi. The future might not be so far away after all. He's not writing a report. He's writing a novel. Police Department entrance. February 24th. Police Department entrance.
Howdy, Bambine.
Oh, Officer Marshall!
Never thought things would turn out this way when I woke up this morning.
And I feel like Officer Marshall is a bit optimistic at this point.
Okay, Sarah. You never know where life will lead you at, Bambina. I should have known my luck would run out when old Billy dried up this morning.
Billy? Billy? Must be his pet cactus. Say, where are you headed?
I have pet cacti. I was over at the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. It's a voluntary appearance, but hell no, I won't be coming back. Sorry, but can't go in the evidence room today, partner.
But, Mr. Marshall, why did you do it?
Why do prospectors head west? If ever there was a case I needed to know the truth about, it was that one.
Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, would you mind telling us exactly what happened?
Looks like I won't be getting steak lunch today.
Have you seen my the attorney's badge?
Sorry, Bambine. I'm not a patrolman anymore. I'm certainly not a detective. Nothing more than a wanted man now. These old eyes of mine have seen too much as it is.
I assume that he's not going to really say anything to any of this.
Probably not. There's like just too much fucking evidence on this case to go through every single one.
Dark trial.
I was fishy about that trial from the beginning. It wasn't just me either. All the detectives thought so.
What's Chapin saying? The law in Phoenix Wright is fucked. That's fair. And so we go to the scene of the crime. Fair novel writing is a thing. What novel are you writing that uses a time machine using a time machine counts as an alibi?
I'm stuck. I don't know.
I think it's just Marshall at this point. Fair. He's guilty. I mean, all guilty ones are people. We know he's guilty. We already accused him. He's going to be interrogated and go to jail.
I don't even think he can be Marshall anymore. I think he's just Jake or whatever his first name is.
He loses his last name. He's just Jake now. He's a cowboy, Creed. If he's gonna die soon, he's gonna die with honor. Yeah, well-known trait cowboys had. Did you read this?
Yeah.
What do you mean, fishy?
Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon.
The murder weapon? You mean that's a switchblade knife with the broken tip?
That was Joe Dark's, alright. But in the initial autopsy report, a question was raised.
A question?
The blade of the knife was not a perfect match with the wound the victim sustained.
What does that mean?
It means there's a good chance that knife was not the murder weapon. However, in the report that was finally submitted, that possibility had been erased.
Could the facts have been concealed with forged evidence?
That case left behind scars on all of us.
The scars of the SL9 incident left behind. Crossing Marshall.
I got the looks, but he got the brains. He was one of the best prosecutors around. I just made detective when it went down. It was our first case together.
How old was he, your brother?
He was 27 at the time. He was awarded the highest honor that very day.
The highest honor? You mean the...
He joined the 27 Club.
King of prosecutors.
Knew it. I got myself a loaf of snacking bread. Let's go.
What are you looking at me like that for? It's an honor for a prosecutor.
Mr. Marshall must have really been close with his brother. The day the SL9 incident took place, that wasn't the same day as...
That's right. It was the day of the evidence transfer.
People should really stop scheduling these things all on the same day. Interesting.
It was drizzling that morning, and by nightfall there was thunder. Can't believe 2 years have gone by already. I tried to steal the evidence so the case wouldn't die.
Apparently, someone tried to stop you. Peg Goodman was murdered, and the evidence locker was empty.
There's something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in that investigation, save one, was taken care of. Miss Star was fired, and I was demoted and boxed away in a tiny room.
What about Detective Goodman?
If they did something to him too, the commissioner would get suspicious. No, they were careful enough not to be too obvious.
They? Who are you talking about?
Don't get upset, Bambina. I mean Damon Gant, Atlanta Sky.
Grant and Sky.
The investigation lead, Damon Gant, and his second in command, Atlanta Sky. Wasn't a person on the force who hadn't heard of that duo. That case was the biggest step in both of their careers.
After the case in Atlanta transferred to the prosecutor's office, right?
Yeah, Damon Gant, new chief of police, arranged for that to happen. She's never been the same since she left. Everyone who knew her said so. Chief Prosecutor Sky was totally different when she was detective.
I think you mentioned it. I must have something like that too. Tell me, what happened to my sister?
Our Bambina. Her secret is too well guarded. I never found out.
Lana's secret. It all started 2 years ago.
So there you have it. That's my story. Did you enjoy it, partner?
It was certainly enlightening.
There's one thing for sure I found out in court today. That boy Edward isn't my enemy. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get a guilty verdict. But someone else is the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. That someone is Damon Gant. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I won't even be a patrolman after today. Too bad I won't be around to work with you. You become a real scientific investigator.
If we manage to, like, solve this entire case, I feel like we should be allowed to, like, pardon Marshall. Like, yeah, he assaulted an officer, but he was trying to find the truth of a case that was apparently patently faked. So
He assaulted an officer with a knife. Like, he wasn't just trying to, like, he was, he seemed ready to kill.
nah, if he was ready to kill, he would have killed them.
I don't know. You're not supposed to. I think it's normal to go to jail for cutting an officer with a knife.
No, I think Marshall's based.
Adios, Bambina.
Moving down the old dusty trail.
And there goes my favorite character to voice in the game.
Look, that patrolman saluted another guy. He must be a detective. So I cuffed the lout, right? Then you know what he says? What are you, a moron? I'm an undercover agent.
Oh man, I hate it when that happens.
I guess he wasn't saluting. He was listening to how his friend messed up. They make a good pair. The blue badger's still writhing around today.
Let's see it.
Let's give him the benefit of the doubt and say he's dancing. Good dancing. Oh, policeman is dancing. No, we already talked about that. Okay.
Mac will voice dozens of old men. Yeah, I was gonna say I was gonna have nothing but old men now. Did I already say that?
I guess. It's like, there's got Gumshoe.
Yeah.
February 24th. Prosecutor's office. Underground parking lot. When was your day? Not even a star. Everyone's probably busy looking into what exactly went down in the evidence room. That's where the detectives are. So you proved in court today that on the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15. Yeah, I thought we were finally making some headway in our case. But say it looks like we just ended up making Lana look even more guilty. Hang in there, Lana. Gotta find all the answers by tomorrow. February 24th, High Prosecutor's Office, room 1202. Mr. Edgeworth isn't here. Maybe he's being questioned by an inquiry committee? Took a real beating in court today. Yeah, with Lana admitting to falsifying evidence 2 years ago. I guess we'll just have to come back later.
Even more than Gumshoe, yeah, it's hard to compete with. Yeah, I just really like doing southern voices.
February 24th, Police Station, Criminal Affairs Department. It's always pretty empty, but today it looks deserted. Isn't everyone was busy solving crimes?
Oh, if you're looking for the others, they're all in the conference room.
Thanks. Well, he actually talked to us.
The chief prosecutor saying what she did and the decision about what to do. About Mr. Edgeworth, not to mention her statement to the media in tomorrow's trial. There's more chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together.
I think festive is usually the word for those. Sir, we'd like to have a look around Chief Gant's office.
Just use the connecting hallway to the building and take the elevator to the top floor.
Really? You mean it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we aren't police officers or anything.
Hey, you're right. You can't go in there. It's off limits.
Holy shit, someone realized.
Now I see where Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go to the chief's office!
Okay. Oh fuck, how do I, Oh my god.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm sure you're not a villain at all. You're definitely not. No, you're definitely a normal guy.
Yeah, it's a normal guy. He's just a normal dude. He's just a guy. I don't know what the issue is. Track 24th, Police Department Chief's Office. Whoa! Where am I? In the chief's office, silly. At least that's what it said on the door. Check out that pipe organ! That's real, isn't it? Hey, I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. What?
Really?
They used to call me Little Miss Bach. I thought I was a genius until they tried teaching me notes.
What were you doing before that?
I never could remember where C was.
Avery, do you remember where C is?
Oh,
Call Avery, please.
C is...
You've composed songs.
Yeah, but that doesn't require a keyboard. It's the
Use
one...
a keyboard in FL Studio.
It's the one before the two black notes.
Okay, good.
Okay, yeah.
I don't have a pipe organ in the middle of my bedroom. Oh, it's you two.
Chief Gant! He put that paper he was reading in his desk.
So, righto, have you been swimming lately?
No, I haven't. I've been kind of busy lately.
I can appreciate that. I've had my hands full too with Mr. Marshall's misconduct and Madden's provocative statement.
Provocative statement? Oh, you mean about the forged evidence?
2 years have passed since that incident.
He's like, Creed has made songs? You should get one. They made the Creed parody song themselves, didn't they? Yeah, every song used for Creed Pretty and the Pretus Christ was made by me. I've made, like, one other thing, and it's rough. Like, I'm really not that good at it. But I'm trying.
My, how time flies. See that big picture on the wall over there? That's a picture of Lana and Neil and me.
So, this is Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall.
And we took him to commemorate our work together.
Something's not right with this picture. I can't quite seem to put my finger on it, though. Gant team picture added a court record. Gant team picture. Photo at the award ceremony of Gant, Lana, and Neil.
Anyway, I'd like to reminisce all day, but there are matters that need my attention. I'm going to lock up here, so let's go out together.
Oh, but this office, it was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it?
That case has long since been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore.
All the same, we'd like to have a look around.
Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore. Now hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend.
Looks like we aren't welcome. It seems that the case isn't over with yet, after all. What do you mean? Chief Gant denied a request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he doesn't want us looking around in there. You mean, like, a clue? Well, maybe he just had a meeting, my dude.
Yeah.
Like, benefit of the doubt, he might have just had a meeting. Like, obviously, yes, he's probably up on some shit, but, like... There's gotta be a way we can get inside the chief's office. Can we just go there? February 24th Police Station, Criminal Affairs Department.
Hey, pal.
Detective Gumshoe! Aren't you supposed to be in a meeting?
I'm, just taking a breather. My feet hurt.
From sitting too long?
Actually, I'm serving everyone coffee.
I think Detective Gumshoe's still out of the loop.
Say, have either of you seen Mr. Edgeworth?
No, actually. Edgeworth? No. Why do you ask?
He's under fire from both the police department and the prosecutor's office. It's almost like battles between you two in court.
Sounds serious. Is it because of what my sister said?
That's basically what it all boils down to. That falsified evidence 2 years ago. Now Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood.
Yikes. Have you seen my attorney's badge? Detective, here is my attorney's badge.
You show this to me every time we meet, pal. I've been studying up on those files. Nothing wrong with Mr. Edgeworth's presentation. Think people are accusing him of injustice? I, for one, ain't buying it, pal.
Name the case for Mr. Edgeworth?
Yeah, it's a pretty big deal when it's going on, you know. After all, the serial killer was on the loose.
The line was pretty clear in her confession. She'd forced evidence in order to prove Joe Dirt guilty.
Can't believe Officer Marshall would do something like that.
You know Officer Marshall?
Of course I do. He was like a mentor to me. When I first started out, he even gave me a small cactus.
Really?
He said, Dick, you'll listen to all your troubles.
Note to self, Detective Gumshoe talks to a cactus.
Hard to believe he's just a patrolman now. Someone ought to trade places with him. What? Why are you looking at me like that? About that jar. I think I've seen it before somewhere.
Somewhere?
Maybe it's one of those memories people have from previous lives.
This must be the most uninformative detective I've ever met.
Something about it makes me feel uneasy. It's like I'm in the chief's office and he's yelling at me.
Chief Gant?
Or could I have seen that before? No locker can be opened without a fingerprint match. And besides, no reason for the murderer to touch his own locker.
Hey, wasn't your locker the one with the blood on it, Detective? The handprint of the real murderer's gloved hand, without any fingerprints.
Come to arrest me or defend me, won't you?
If that happens, I think you'll do better pleading with Edgeworth.
Hey, that powder's used for detecting fingerprints.
Yeah, Mr. Edgeworth gave it to us.
He did what? All I have is some flour.
Are you okay, Detective?
Quick, run! It was anyhow. One time I took a nap on a bench with wet paint.
Why am I not comforted? So now we've been covered in, like...
Flour?
flour and also, like, the fingerprinting dust.
Or maybe just the thing. I don't know if flour was actually there.
You never know if there's flour. Edgeworth's crises. We would never replace you, Gumshoe. But why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Tiger says the murder weapon, the vase. Yeah, that explains the knife wound. Lana Sky is the guilty party here, isn't she?
Regardless, the prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they present in court. Not only that, but as you know, there have been a lot of rumors going around about Mr. Edgeworth.
Broken vase shards are sharp. What they aren't are the same strength and shape as a knife blade.
Do you think they could have killed with vase shard instead of knife? Because they said the knife wasn't consistent with the wound.
I mean, Jaden and Tiger seem to be claiming that as a possibility.
His amazing talent as a prosecutor has kept him safe from those who don't like him.
Yeah, if you're built different. I'm
But
quite
now with
different.
this,
Are there really so many people who hate him?
I mean, we hated him at first, or at least I did. In our world, only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he's young. There's no better recipe I know of for making enemies.
Hey, Dick! Keep up the good work!
Yes, sir.
Let's go out for lunch again sometime. My treat!
Yes, sir.
Gotta take me back to that joint sometime, okay, Dick?
Yes, sir.
Seems you don't have any problems with enemies.
Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. Under all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth just might crack.
He seems like very on the verge of cracking very often.
Yeah, it happens. If this stream was in Ireland, would you be killed different? Shut up! I'd rock kill.
Actually, I took a look at the file earlier while the coffee was brewing.
He seems genuinely concerned for Edgeworth. Well, did you find out anything?
The only evidence Dark left behind was during his final attack.
His final attack? You mean his limit break?
We killed Prosecutor Marshall, who was trying to protect some girl. Some girl.
Me. He's Detective Gunn, she never realized Emma was the girl.
That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all.
Well, what was it?
Let's see. I think it has something to do with the murder weapon. Oh, I forget. Look, it's all written somewhere in here, okay?
His powers of recollection never fail to impress. Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. It might jog his memory.
Joe Dark was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just your run-of-the-mill businessman.
A businessman? What made him take to serial killing?
One day on his way home from work, he hit someone with a car.
With his car? So, it was an accident?
An accident, yes, but it transformed him into an animal.
An animal?
He killed a man that witnessed the accident. He killed a lady who saw the second crime. Kid walked by just then, so we killed him too. This is literally Grand Theft Auto. Wait, is it going automatically?
Yes.
Jogger came upon the scene and was killed as well. Finally, he turned himself in. This is like a joke that you do when you're playing Grand Theft Audio and you like kill some guy and there's an NPC and you're like, oh shit, no witnesses. And there's another NPC and you're like, oh shit, no witnesses. And you just keep doing that like along the entire streets.
So, like, first of all, that's a psychotic way to play that game, Mako. Second of all, this is not a serial killer, this is a spree killer, or a mass murderer. A serial killer has an MO that makes them, like, do killings normally on a specific target or a specific location, things like that. This person caused an accident and then tried covering that up, then covering that up, then covering that up. Like this person just happened to kill like 5 people. Like it's a different crime.
Yo, you ain't Kira.
Seems like he was a pretty careless animal.
Of course, this is all conjecture. There wasn't a single shred of evidence.
There wasn't a single shred of evidence that this man killed 5 people, including the fact one of them was killed by his car! And also, he turned himself in! What do you mean? He killed 5 people! With a knife that he apparently had!
Probably means that there wasn't any evidence that proved it was him that did it instead of a different person.
These people will try to accuse, the court will try to accuse a random person who was nearby as the fucking criminal every single one of these cases. But the time where a person killed 5 people with their car and their knife and then turned themselves in, they're like, well, nothing we can do. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah. It's like the world is just designed to be a bitch to Phoenix specifically.
Lumicon says, whoopsie, cops spilled bleach on the scene. What is this? That one serial killer from, CSI? I believe that's the show? There was in CSI, there's a, like, recurring, serial killer for, like, a few of the episodes, and they keep, that always makes, like a diorama of the room where they killed the person, and they can't, like, seem to figure it out. Eventually, like, one of the people has to, like, look at these dioramas and try to figure out what they have in common. And what they eventually realize is all of them contain bleach somewhere. And it turns out the smell of bleach causes the killer to want to murder somebody.
What?
They were, like, the plot was, like, they were, like, abused or something as a kid and it involved bleach, and so they ended up, the scent of it triggers them to go into, like, a violent rage.
Is that a thing that happens?
A person can be triggered to go into a violent rage sometimes. Things can set somebody off.
I guess, but I don't know.
I still
It's not
can't.
a skill issue if that makes you a murderer.
Honestly, skill issue. But also, yeah, just not a shred of evidence that a man got hit by his car while he was driving his car. So he turned himself in.
Yes, but in the middle of his questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim.
What is wrong with Joe Dark? Turn yourself in, then run away?
Prosecutor Marshall. That crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily Dark was arrested on the spot.
I want to assume Dark accidentally killed Marshall as well. Like, he wasn't actually killing that person as a witness, like after his car accident. He just like tripped and accidentally stabbed them, and then he would try to go to the others like to help. I actually didn't actually stab that person as well. He just keeps accidentally killing people.
It's a good thing that last witness wasn't killed.
That last witness, aka Yella. Be right back, one hot scracket.
Me too.
Everybody go get a water.
Sometimes I ask myself, what am I doing here? I think of all the reasons, but it's still not clear. I think of places to go, there's nothing near. So take me away from this, 'cause this place I'll hardly know. So take me back in time to another world where you can be mine. You don't have to worry when you're by my side. There's nothing I don't know, there's nothing to decide aside from where we want to go. People who hate on the Sonic R soundtrack, I don't understand. That shit's bopping. The fucking chain murder. I'm like, oh shit, no witnesses. Oh shit, no witnesses. That's so funny. Who hates the Sonic R soundtrack? I don't know. Who hates Sonic soundtracks in general? Well, Sonic R is very unique among Sonic soundtracks, so I don't know. And this song is pretty good. Meow.
I return!
Hi.
Dark wasn't actually trying to kill Emma, he was just trying to talk to her for help, and the Martian ended up actually falling on his knife. And then he just rolled over and actually stabbed himself. You know, just all sorts of things. Okay, let's that's Sprite. Oh, I should probably switch over back to the game screen.
I see.
What?
I said I see.
About this?
Hey, is that...
It has a tag attached to it that would label SL9 incident on it. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of.
What are you doing with that? Ever since that case was closed, that knife's been locked away in a locker.
And the day Detective Goodman is murdered, this suddenly disappeared from that locker. And was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler.
That's it. Now I remember what that incriminating piece of evidence was. When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me.
Well, what is it, Detective? Quick, before you forget again!
Quick, before you forget again. Talking to me.
So, I've never heard the Sonic R soundtrack. Who hates Sonic soundtracks in general? You cannot hate Sonic soundtracks in general because Live and Learn, Escape the City, Pumpkin Hill Rap.
Is Live and Learn just a song about like saying fuck the homeless? Because the chorus is like, if you beg or if you borrow, you'll never find your way.
I feel like that's not the artistic intent, Mako.
I don't know, I'll have to listen to the rest of the lyrics sometime. I don't remember what they are.
Hi, Liz in the chat. We're talking about how Crush 40 decided that fuck the homeless, really. Sonic the Hedgehog says, fuck the homeless. Gotta go fast. Gotta avoid food shelters.
Sonic the Hedgehog game where like all of the Spike environmental hazards are just anti-homeless benches and shit.
Chili
like
dogs.
You've seen those buildings, like Peep and I when we visited Washington DC, we walked by one where there's like a flat platform sticking out of like a part of a building's architecture, like a thing you could theoretically sit on, and it was just covered in spikes.
Yeah, people are dumb.
Just covered in spikes.
Remember, chat, if you ever see anti-homeless spikes like that, get a sledgehammer for real cheap.
That's not recommendation.
I don't think you should like cause crime. No, Mako. I think that it's just useful to own a sledgehammer in case you need to break rocks.
Yeah.
I own a pickaxe for that purpose.
Oh. In case you ever need to mine for some copper.
Yeah. Mako, I think your boobs stole your brain cells. That's been a recurring note from this series of videos.
Yeah.
Creed, do you want to see an Ace Attorney shitpost? Penrose the other day sent me an Ace Attorney meme post, but it turned out to be spoilers for something I haven't seen or played yet. And so I'm highly concerned. Can you confirm that what you would send me is not a spoiler?
Who did you say sent that?
Penrose the other day.
Oh.
Do they let you bite the anti-homeless benches? I guess you were allowed to. Oh,
How
then you
bad
are.
of a spoiler was it?
It's not like it gave away a case, but I now know an event is going to occur that is going to happen at some point. Yeah, Liz, feel free to send me the thing. Oh. Okay, let's get this up on screen. Why is this video long?
That's right. Oh, it's one of these.
Why is he doing that?
Have you never seen the one that was like this little Shrek?
I think I have it all, but like, why is there a runnable? Why is he a pixelated runnable man? When has this ever existed? What is the purpose of this?
He's so small.
He just flips and rolls. What? He is tiny. Yeah. I'm not comfortable watching this.
Objection!
Why not?
Enough of that. We're done. Oh, the sprites are from an Edgeworth spin-off. Wow. Okay. The more you know, I guess. Well, back to the game. Murder weapon. This knife. It was Joe Dark's, wasn't it?
That's right. We traced it back to the store he bought it at. Plus, it has fingerprints on it too.
But no one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right?
That's where his luck ran out. Will you take a good look at the knife? You'll see it's broken. Wow, we're finally acknowledging that.
No. Really? You don't have to take a good look at it to notice that.
Yeah, well, anyway. Take a guess where the broken off tip of the knife was found.
Sorry if this shitpost was a tonal whiplash from what's currently going on though. No, it's fine.
That's what did him in.
Where was it? Becca, where do you think it was? Looks to the audience. Audience, where do you think the tip of the knife was?
Bone.
They should have, like, Dora the Explorer type show, but for, like, solving gruesome murders.
I'm gonna say embedded in bone. I don't know.
No one makes children's programming for upcoming forensic scientists.
The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it inside his own body. I was right.
Dun, dun.
It was found deep inside the stab wound.
Did it match Dark's knife?
You bet. Down to the last fiber.
That's pretty conclusive. Neil's autopsy report. Stabbed in the back. Died from a punctured heart and lung. A knife tip was in the wound. Switchblade knife. The broken tip was found in the victim's body. Belonged to the murderer, Joe Dark.
Well, there you have it in a nutshell.
I shall not.
That's all I know.
Can I ask you one more? Can I ask just one more thing?
What is it? If there's money you need, you should ask Chief Gann.
It's not money, but it does concern Chief. His office is a crime scene, right? And swear Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. Chief's out now, and his office is locked. But we'd like to have a look around if that's okay.
Well, a detective's ID card can unlock the door,
What? Really?
but if I let a civilian in there, I'd be charged with breach of trust.
Breach of trust?
Simply put, I'd be canned.
Oh.
I'm sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you.
How about this ID card? It was Detective Goodman's.
That won't work either. The data was deleted the day he died.
Oh. So in other words, Gumshoe is our only chance of getting into that office. I wonder if there's something we could show him that would make him change his mind.
Let's look at what we can give.
Attorney's badge, Goodman's ID, criminal prosecutor's district, Edgeworth knife, parking stub, blue badger panel, Goodman's autopsy report, Goodman's notes, Lana's cell phone, parking lot floor plans, crime photo, victim's shoe, switchblade knife, luminol testing fluid, ID card record, fingerprinting set, screwdriver, the Goodman's last time report, evidence room floor plans,
Red ID card record, because it shows Gant. That's the ID card record, isn't it?
Yes, there's only one number left to investigate. At 4:20 blaze it p.m. The victim, Detective Goodman, must have entered the evidence room along with someone else. Someone with an executive officer number.
77777777.
That's 17 too many, Detective.
Everyone gets it wrong.
Executive officer, I might just have a hunch. So that wasn't it.
But maybe that means we can get like Lana or someone. Is she an executive officer?
She wouldn't be anymore. She's a chief prosecutor.
The chief is an executive. Right?
I guess we could try. We do not have the verbal option. We could try presenting the record. Okay, looks to be not. Given the wording, it seems like we need to present Gumshoe with something.
Yeah. Well, my brain's kind of slipping from me, so... I already did that. Wait, Adrian, how's your arm been, by the way?
Like, it bends right, but I still feel it when I'm, like, fully extended.
Is it at least not, like, constantly aching?
Yeah, it's not constantly aching. It just doesn't like being stretched very much.
Show the photo?
Which photo?
Oh, lost item report, huh?
Very impressive, Detective. You knew what it was right off the bat.
Well, I am a master in this placement, you know.
Master? That's such a cool ring to it.
The way I see it, things are meant to be lost, and they're meant to be lost. There's a higher power at work here.
Fair enough. Wow, a higher power. Maybe I shouldn't let Emma hold any evidence.
The enlightened Christian stance. God has a plan, therefore determinism is real, and whatever I do, I just do it because God always knew I was gonna do it. So like, doesn't matter. I'll just
Fair
fucking
enough.
lose it.
I'll just hit
Doesn't
somebody
matter,
with a car, kill 4 people, turn myself in, then try to run away and kill another person.
That's his plan for me. That's what I'm supposed to do. Hey, I just bought some of that stuff.
I was thinking about cookies earlier, Liz. I wish I had cookies. And then I freaked it.
Now I can go around detecting blood traces too.
Wow, is that a new type? I've never seen that bottle before. Add 3 inches to your base height. Base height? Let me see that. Looming tall, new and improved growth formula.
You mean this can't detect any blood traces?
Well, it's not quite the same thing as luminol.
So that's why the lady at the counter had that smirk on her face.
He bought growth juice?
Juice that makes you taller.
Juice that makes you taller. Mecca, would you drink the juice that makes you taller?
I don't want to heighten my risk of back issues.
What if it also made your back stronger? It's not like you
Yeah.
have any reason to have back issues right now, Mako.
If it made my back stronger, then yeah, I'll go up to like fucking... I don't know about 7 feet tall, but I'd be willing to go up pretty high as long as I have like less back pain. Well, free will is a thing. Tiger, you're lucky I have a game that I need to focus on instead of debating that. The photo with the guy in vase?
I already sent that. This guy almost made us lose the case today.
What are you talking about? He was guarding a bloodstain on evidence locker with his life. That's more than you could say about most officers nowadays.
It would have saved us a lot of trouble if he hadn't guarded it so well. I have to admit, he's right though. Thanks to the Blue Badger, we were able to prove another possibility today. The possibility that another murder took place prior to 5:15 p.m.
The old man in golden armor?
I think they might mean a Gant.
What golden armor are they talking about? Have we investigated all of our new things? Hey, that's it. That's the King of Prosecutors award that Mr. Edgeworth got the other day.
What's here we go to issue? I think we haven't really read this.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, I think we did. The one you got in the chief's office? I'm sorry, when the fuck did we get a golden suit of armor from his office? I don't remember that. The photo has it. The meal photo. Yeah, well, we already tried that one. Can I see that photo? There is just a set of golden armor there.
Yeah, you fight Ornstein in the Gant's office.
And also the vase is there. It's not that one, Tiger, we tried.
Yeah, see? There, we did it again just to prove you wrong. When I say something, believe me.
God, the investigations sometimes in this game are annoying. Is there a chance we don't have the thing yet?
Do you want to see these latest things? Is Edgeworth in his office? Okay, no one's over here. Is Edgeworth up in... Oh!
Okay, there he is.
I wonder if Edgeworth is back yet. There he is! It looks like he's writing something.
What are you doing here?
He sure was quick to throw that paper on the floor. Tough day in court, huh?
I had to live the past 2 years with rumors flying around. What's another allegation to me?
Cheer up, Mr. Edgeworth! I'm rooting for you! That's Edgeworth for you. Always trying to hide his real feelings.
So, what do you want? Like some people, I don't have all day. There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's what it all breaks down to, and nothing I do can erase that fact.
But you didn't know, did you? I mean, that the evidence is falsified.
The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error, and my responsibility as the prosecutor in charge. That fact remains the same no matter what excuses I might have.
Mr. Edgeworth.
I take pride in my work. So tell me why. Why has it all
Ain't
come
nothing
to
but a heartbreak! Go on.
Why has it all come to this?
Even Edgeworth can't keep up this kind of emotion bottled up. Keep up bottle motion up. Tomorrow's trail. Are you up for the trail tomorrow?
First last year's trial, now this one. Seems all you do is worry about me.
Gay!
To be honest, getting on my nerves.
Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just walk out on the trial.
Tomorrow is the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I bet that's what my superiors are banking on. I never thought that case would come back to haunt me like this.
What do you mean?
The list of evidence, it seems too short. Most lists run twice as long.
It's only half as long as most lists? That is odd.
Nathaniel Marshall was murdered. I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That was really the only thing on my mind at the time.
Say, we just saw a picture taken around that time. That picture. Something seems strange about it. The Cray of the Dime. Can you tell us again about what happened that day? The day Detective Goodman was murdered? You're participating in a ceremony over the station, right?
I never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one.
Because you were awarded this?
Avery, I'm so fucking tired.
No! Stop!
I'm not saying I'm quitting, I'm just like... I'm like kind of barely here right now. I've been... Today has just been a really shitty day for me for no reason whatsoever. Like, nothing bad happened, I've just felt like shit all day.
I'm sorry you've been having a rough day, Mako.
It happens. I'm like... hungry...
Do you think food would help you?
I don't want to interrupt the stream. Also, I have no idea, maybe not.
I can entertain the chat while you get it like a sandwich or something.
After this scene, I'll go get a snack, I think. Or at
Okay.
least after I'm done with the dialogue.
Did you read this line?
Oh. Those receiving awards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony. Finished out of the office in the morning and drove over to the police department.
You finished up at the office?
Yes, just odds and ends, clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. It is until I was asked to take something back.
Take something back.
This.
Oh yeah! Chief managed to hold on to that, didn't he?
Yes, it was a piece of evidence in a case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office.
That's the story we heard yesterday. So you came back here to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to.
That's right.
Oh yeah. Wrong button! Jiminy fucking Crim Cram. Name of the deceased, Neil Marshall, 27 male. Date and time of death, February 19th, between 7 p.m. and 7:30 p.m. Cause of death, single stab, wound piercing, heart/lung. Assessment, died from blood loss in under 10 minutes. Weapon found in wound was missing tip. This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gant's office that I have a smaller version of in my hand.
Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He just started making a name for himself. Looks like this was taken when he received the King of Prosecutors trophy.
Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me.
Yes?
The trophy Mr. Marshall is holding. It's a little different than yours.
Yes, you're right. I remember now.
Remember what?
That was what the official prosecutor's trophy looked like until 2 years ago. There's a story behind its design.
A story? Sounds interesting. Would you mind telling it to us?
It's simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the award's based on.
King of Prosecutors Trophy.
This award originates from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with 2 characters. The first means halberd, and the second means shield. Have you heard this story?
Me? Sure. Everyone knows that. Why do you tell it, though, for Emma's sake?
Very well. Long ago in the kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. One day he presented the king with 2 items. The first was a halberd he claimed could slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon.
Wait a minute. Objection! Those claims contradict each other!
Why are we getting this music? Very perceptive. But then again, you've heard this story before, right? Anyway, as you mentioned, the very descriptions of these items discredit them both. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless. And thus, the Chinese word for contradiction was born.
Oh, I see. So the chipped shield and the broken knife symbolize...
Precisely so. They symbolize the merchant's items. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words. But it's in our nature to pursue matters to their conclusion. Even if it results in something as ugly as this.
There's a word in English that is similar to that. Oxymoron. Its roots come from oxy, which means sharp, and moron, which means dull.
Oh. Makes sense.
Wow! Thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. I learned something new today. That's funny. If that's so, then why are you only given a shield?
You'll have to ask Chief Gant. Years ago, he had the halberd part of the award abolished.
Chief Gant. Game Browser Trophy updated the core record. 2 years ago, the halberd was removed at Gant's behest, giving it its current form.
I wonder how that will be relevant.
February 24th, Prosecutor's Office. Underground parking lot. Excuse me. Would either of you care for a quarter pound of roast beef? I would love a quarter pound of roast beef! It's just like the Arby's sandwiches, which are just a bunch of meat between 2 pieces of bread. Like, yeah! Meat!
I'm not gonna lie, I'm high enough to the point that that actually sounds good right now, and I hate it.
The star! I guess she's out of lunches. You certainly are the curious sort, aren't you? Kind of like the first person who sucked a cow's nipple to discover milk.
That is the most out-of-pocket line in this. That's like the second most out-of-pocket line in this entire game so far.
I mean, is she wrong though? Is it a wrong comparison?
It just wasn't warranted.
Still, I never thought you would go digging up that case from 2 years ago.
What's the first? That was probably the time the judge directly implied he had a hard-on.
Everyone in this trial was involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence on the case was due for transferal. This can't be attributed to mere coincidence. Aren't you forgetting something?
When you remember what I think it was the first case, there was the girl with the bouncy jiggle sprite, and at one point, after she finished her testimony or whatever, the judge was like, "Yes, her testimony seems quite firm."
Yeah, April, May. And that was trial 2, Mako. Trial 1 was Saw It.
No.
You know, that little scene I happened to witness? The instant Lana stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. No matter how much the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savored when eaten. Mr.'s hatred toward Lana. It all dates back to 2 years ago. Dark's investigation. Joe Dark. That's an. Do you want to like get your food while I'm doing these lines, or would you want to be here while I'm talking to Angel Star?
Like part of me wants to wait because I want to like eat while we watch Top Gear or something later, but also this might take a while.
Maka, we are going to have an entire trial.
All right. I guess you can just summarize. Well,
Yeah.
I'm
It's up
not
to you.
even-
Like I could wait. Like it's up to you.
I'm like not even that hungry right now, actually.
Like, have you
Fine,
eaten yet
like-
today?
I had a grilled cheese and 1 pack of tasty cakes.
I see. You can always have another grilled cheese.
No, I want a muffin and some cheese and crackers. That's what I want.
How long would it take for you to go grab a muffin and some cheese and crackers?
Like 5 minutes, maybe. I don't know.
Then go! Go get them!
Okay, just summarize whatever this is for me when I get back, I guess.
No problem. She need a muffin. Now, Mako, please get more food. See, the audience agrees! Fun Ace Attorney fact. Trial 2 was originally going to be the first trial, but Trial 1 was developed when the devs realized it didn't work too well as an introduction. That's fair. We're... Joe Dark. That's a name I'll not soon forget. We trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jake Marshall. Though, must have been going through hell. I mean, because of his brother's death. They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate. Her? Lana Skye. My sister? The best of the best were put on that SL9 case. Of course, they were led by the legendary duo. Lana and Chief Camp. That legendary pair was the reason they were able to keep up our investigation. That's why we were so shocked over how it turned out. You mean with the forging of the evidence? Don't get me wrong, Joe Dark got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear, while other items were kept secret. But you don't have proof anything illegal was done. I'm proof enough. Enough of what happened. Proof enough of what happened. After that case, all of us save Goodman or relieved of our duties. Most not even so much as an explanation. Then Lana Skye transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor. Anna always wanted to be a prosecutor. Nothing's quite as simple as it appears. Huh? Lana Skye was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter. She was being used? Damon Gant and Lana Skye. Gant led the investigation with Lana second in command. They were the best. They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they? Damon Gant's magnetism in particular was almost unreal. His magnetism? By that, I mean his ability to attract evidence. He'd produced the most incredible evidence in the cases he handled. Incredible evidence? You mean... Oh yes, there were rumors about him even back then. No one dared confront him, though. I take it she's talking about forged evidence. Back then, everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her. Really? Oh yes, myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated anything crooked, and always watched out for the other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake. Mr. Marshall! When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she had lost her own brother. It wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would ever have recovered from his shock. That's what made it all the more infuriating. A star? That's why I'll never be able to forgive her. Why did she have to turn so cold after that? Being used. Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she? Yes, thanks to Chief Gant's powerful influence. Stretching. Ah! My bones! My muscles, my ligaments, my tendons, my flesh. Don't say no. Yes, thanks to Chief Gant's powerful influence. Chief? That's right. Having solved the SL9 case, his position as chief was secured. There was only one thing left for him to control, and then no one would stand in his way. The prosecutor's office. What? You mean that's why Lana was transferred? If she could control the chief prosecutor, he can control the. If he could control the chief prosecutor, he could control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along. But how could he control Lana? I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same. It's only logical to conclude there must have been a reason for her change. At last, I'm finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, Miss Starr. You listen to me, rookie. Takes more than just ingredients to create fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been. I have nothing else to tell you. The star! The only thing I can give you now is a poppy seed rice set. Talk about cheap! Eat this, and maybe you'll be able to tell black from white in court tomorrow. Can I present the photo? We're learning! Now on a poppy seed muffin. I wish I had a muffin. Chat, give me a muffin. I deserve it. Think about everything I've gone through. Think about everything I've sacrificed. That goes away for so long. Only one thing to do about this. There we go. Okay. Puts muffin onto an X with a piano over it. Here you go. Yeah. I need to save money to pay you later. That's fair enough. I think it would be funny if Becca just ended up falling asleep. It would not, because then I've set up all the information being like, this is the finale. We're gonna finish Phoenix Wright, and then just not do it? That would be cringe. That would be cringe. That would even be cringe. It could even be cringe. It might even be cringe. It could be cringe. Anyways, chat, we gotta pass the time somehow, so that means only one thing. That means only one thing. Only one thing about it. Oh, fuck, I accidentally opened up. Fuck you, Outlook. Fuck off. Up.
Have some muffin money also sent you a few messages for comms on Blue Sky.
Thank you for the muffin money. And yeah, I kept forgetting to answer that. Like, I saw that you said that 3 times, and like I kept not being in like the state of being like, oh yeah, I didn't respond to that. My bad. Yes, I know that you sent me messages. I will be checking them out when I am like next in the drawing mode, but I'm in the gaming mode. But yeah, thank you very, very much.
Okay, I'm sorry. What did I miss?
Nothing. We're doing a quick reprieve. I need to entertain the chat because you're not here yet.
Ah, yes, Minesweeper.
Everybody's big favorite.
Speaking of big, did I change?
I don't know what you're talking about. Time to show my fucking skills. Anyways, let's go. So, what kind of muffin did you get?
Cinnamon chip.
That sounds fucking poppin'. I had a muffin earlier today. In fact, it was chocolate chip.
Yeah, I'm
Anyways,
kind of beyond blueberry muffins at this point. I just don't like them that much, and I'm not gonna delude myself into thinking I'm eating something healthy when I'm eating a muffin. It's basically just a piece of cake.
pastries are meant to be delicious, not healthy. The entirety of the human race has deluded ourselves into eating dessert for breakfast, and I fucking love it. I'm here for it.
The entirety of the American race, you mean?
No, people eat other things. People eat some sweet things for breakfast in like other English-speaking countries. Though in a lot of places,
as bad as it is here.
You know that one food channel I watched that I showed you like a couple times? They have made some videos about like international breakfasts and like breakfasts from like other places. And there are some surprising things. Like there are like some hearty meals, like spicy meals, like just, it's like, people eat this for breakfast? And I also am at the same time like, I want to consume that immediately.
I want a spicy meal.
Sorted, Liz, the one I show you. Please watch Sorted if you don't. Like, out of all the food channels, I find them the most entertaining. They're very funny and silly. Very 24.
Are they the ones where they blindly pick up each other's progress on the cooking?
Yeah, they're the pass it on get people. But they have other things on their channel as well, obviously. But what'd you miss? Basically, Miss Star basically gave her sort of outro, basically like, she doesn't really blame Lana skies about. She doesn't forgive her, but like she understands that she was being used as a pawn. Damon Gant wants to control everything, and that means the thing he needs to also control is the prosecutor's office. That's why he appointed her as the chief prosecutor. That's why he got her transferred over there. So if he can control her...
Were you talking to me this whole time?
Yes.
Oh my god, I thought you were responding to something in chat, and then I realized I didn't know what you were talking about, and I was like, oh shit, is this the summary? I'm sorry, I like wasn't really paying attention.
This is why I made you bigger. Yeah. Okay, so...
The brain cells are rapidly leaving me.
Angel Star gave her basically, like, ending bit, stating how, she does not forgive Lana, but, like, she understands what happened, and that Lana's being used as a pawn, because Damon Gant wants to control everything. There were apparently rumors about him forging evidence since way back when. And if he wants to control everything, that means he needs to control the prosecutor's office as well. And so by appointing her as chief prosecutor, so long as he can control her, he controls the prosecutor's office as well, so he controls all areas of the evidence and can basically manipulate his way into whatever outcomes he wants.
Hmm.
And then she was basically like, it doesn't always matter what ingredients there are when cooking. Because, like, you know, how you cook it is important. And then she says that she hopes that we are a better chef than she ever was. And that was her, like, little final bit.
It's not about what? It's about what?
It's not about the ingredients. It's how you put them together. It's being a better chef. February 24th. Police Station Criminal Affairs Department.
Breakfast isn't about healthy, it's about energizing yourself for the day. I want you to think about that, Jaden.
Energizing yourself for the day is being healthy. And that's why a lot of breakfasts are proteins. Eggs, bacon, other meats. People it's good to get your protein in early on. And to get some nice energies like fruits.
Oh, you're back.
You're still here?
I gotta make 150 copies of these files. Brewing coffee, copying files. I'm turning into a regular DJ.
You're a DJ as well? If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey. Not to be confused with disc jockey, which is what DJ stands for. Oh, that DJ. I like that she, like, one frame writes something down and then goes to this frame.
I gotta admire your persistency. My answer's still no.
Also, not to be confused with dick jockey. Not to be confused with jockey, the job of riding on a horse and racing. And also not to be confused with jockey, the skeleton on a spider in Minecraft. And not to be confused with jockey, the enemy in Left 4 Dead 2 that jumps onto you and can control your motions. Not to be confused with Chalky, the best girl from Danganronpa 2.
Chucky.
I can't wait till
you win. What?
I said I can't wait till you play DRV3 so you can meet best girl in that one.
Now that you went to the chief's office, period.
I don't think I'll be able to change your mind about who you think best boy in that one is, but you know.
I don't know anything about Kokiki, okay? I don't know anything about him. He could be horrible. I'm sure he is. My neck on the line.
Straight up jocking it, and by that I mean my disc. Shut up! That off is the last crime scene of the SL9 incident. I have to take a look in there. There's gotta be something we can do to make the detective change his mind. The only evidence to change we got was this.
Hey, that's it.
This is the same, I think.
Say, this
I like
design's
this
based on an old Chinese parable, right?
Yeah, everyone knows that. There was this, dragon, that's a dragon. Yeah, thing for shields, see?
Well, not exactly the version we heard. No, but this one sounds more exciting.
Anyway, it gets kind of gory after that. I'll spare you the details.
Okay.
Yeah, I have no idea.
What do you want from me? Tell me why ain't nothing but a heartbreak. Tell me why ain't nothing but a mistake. Tell me why ain't never gonna hear you say I
Have you tried just going through every item at this point? Or...
Tell me why ain't nothing but a heartbreak. Tell me why ain't nothing but a mistake. Tell me why I never wanna hear you say I forgot about the paper ball there. I wonder what he was writing before. Come on, Mr. Wright, let's take a look. Are you crazy? Edward's just sitting right there. Just distract him. I'll check it out. Hey, Edgeworth! Is that Detective Gumshoe at the window? There? Oh no, he's falling on the ground!
Hold on. First, let me see what this girl's doing crawling under my feet.
He didn't even look. What? Letter of...
You're having trouble reading? I'll read it for you. It says, letter of resignation.
Resignation? Edgeworth, you don't mean...
I'm tired, right? I feel as if something inside me has died.
like a tapeworm? But, Mr. Edgeworth, none of it is your fault.
I know the path I walked. You don't need to tell me. The path I've walked hasn't been a just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. No one else should forgive me either.
Uh-oh. I think he's serious. Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something. Letter of resignation. I wonder if I can use it for anything. Letter of resignation. Edgeworth discarded letter of resignation. He's serious.
They say where there's smoke, there's fire. Apparently, I was so caught up in the smoke I lost sight of the truth.
Edgeworth.
Yes, to clear that paper's all we've shown. The others are right. I have no right to serve as a prosecutor.
Mr. Edgeworth, you are only doing your job.
I always made my own decisions about what I can or cannot do. It hasn't changed. Forgiving myself is something I cannot do.
Uh-oh. I think he's serious. I think you have to do something.
Damn, your handwriting's shit.
Due to recent events, I hereby announce my resignation as public prosecutor. He really wrote a resignation letter. Wow, even when resigning, Mr. Edgeworth is cool and concise. Still, it wasn't his fault. Someone has to be held responsible. That's how it is in the grown-up world. Cat, but the responsibility means nothing if it just quits. Well, not everyone sees it that way. Actually, take responsibility. You should have to work for the rest of your life for no pay. That's one tough grown-up world out there. Thanks, I'm gonna steal this.
Wait, what crime did she just suggest slavery as a punishment for?
Taking responsibility.
Okay.
If you want to take responsibility for something, you cannot quit. You have to work forever for no pay. Never make a mistake ever. Hey, Gumshoe! Would you like to see a letter of resignation?
Let me crumple that piece of paper.
Stop eating dicks and read the paper. He's stunned silent.
Mr. Edgeworth can't be serious.
Is he ever not serious?
I can't believe they pushed him this far.
Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible.
When I first met him, I thought he was cold as ice, too.
I'll never sacrifice my love.
But I know different now. He trusted us detectives to provide him with sound evidence. But we just betrayed him.
Detective.
That's it. I've made up my mind.
But
Here, take my ID card.
we can't do that. If someone found out, they wouldn't let you off the hook without another lost item report. With another lost item report.
Look at me. It's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated.
What?
So at least let me do this, for Mr. Edgeworth's sake.
Man, Gumshoe is the only good cop.
Yeah.
Alright, detective. Thank you. Gumshoe's ID. A police department ID card. Allows access to areas of the PD to open to detectives. Tucked swiftly in the pocket. What a wide man.
He really is, yeah. Either that, or like, you see that line separating like his suit from his arms
Yeah.
on each side? Maybe the outer like section of that is just a like solid piece of bolted on thing, and his arms actually stop at the line in the middle there.
Maybe he's like, maybe his arms end like right here, and he just has like just a like really wide blades just going out, just in case like pauldrons. Detective Gumshoe isn't very photogenic, is he? Whatever you do, just don't say that to his face. Look, his eyes are half shut. Yeah, and his mouth is half open. Hey, each of his shirt buttons is off a notch. And he's got the narrow one of his tie in the front. I think this goes beyond being a photogenic issue. Mako! Name a single tie knot!
Windsor.
Okay, you pass.
I don't know what Windsor is, I just know the name.
Whether or not you could be considered even, like, remotely classy is being able to name a single tie knot.
I sure as fuck don't know how to do a Windsor knot, but I know that there is a Windsor knot.
Have you seen Detective Gumshoe's, that's my badge. Have you seen Detective Gumshoe's ID? Hey Edgeworth, have you seen Detective Gumshoe's ID? Okay, let's scoodaloo doo 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 doo. February 24, Police Department, Chief's Office. Here goes, Mr. Wright. We're in. If anyone finds us now, Detective Gumshoe's a goner.
If that happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out. Is this a flashback or is he just here? Okay. Gah!
Sorry, I thought you were a ghost.
Didn't even know you could slap a ghost. She sees a ghost and her instinct is to slap.
Detective Gumshoe! What are you doing sneaking up on us like that?
I wasn't sneaking. I was just worried something might go wrong. So I came too.
You're here. There was a point of giving us your ID card. Gumshoe's ID crushed and rendered unusable in pocket.
What? Why? What do
We
you
just
mean?
we held it up and just crushed it into paste.
What the fuck? That's fucked up. Why would we do that? What do you? My immersion is broken. Hey, don't do that to my card.
Thanks, Gumsh.
I hardly ever get a chance to come in here. So I figured I'd have a look around myself.
Creed, crushed and rendered unusable in pocket. Do not do that to me. I don't want to be rendered unusable.
Besides, we're all in this together now.
You really don't want to get fired, don't you?
Not if we're lucky. Now come on, let's see what we can find out.
I've got a bird feeling about this.
Gant is absolutely gonna just waltz up at some point during this, and it's gonna be like, oh fuck.
A desk on the other side of the room. Is that your sister's? Yes. That's where I was waiting for Lana. On that day 2 years ago. Is anyone using it now?
No, no sir. This is entirely Chief Gant's office now. Practices are a strict policy of preserving the crime scene.
That's a strange reason to leave that there.
He leaves it as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to always be alert. Wait, what's the reason? I already forgot.
Do not disturb the crime scene.
What? And then what happens to not disturb the crime scene?
It's a warning.
What is?
Not disturbing the crime scene.
He just like says that? Is that what he's saying?
That's why the room is not changed. It's a warning.
Oh. He told us so himself at our New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time. So wait, are you saying he admitted it to
I
be
see.
a crime scene?
It is a crime scene because that's where the Joe Dark killing happened.
And he admitted it while drunk?
He admitted that it was a crime scene. What do you mean admitted? They know it's a crime scene. A person got killed here.
What I mean is like still a crime scene because like he's preserving it still.
Yes, he's preserving the crime scene. It was a crime scene, and now he refuses to change it.
Whatever, I think
It's a warning to the other people, always be alert, because, like, even the chief's office can be a crime scene.
Yeah, I understand now.
Ever since Lana left, no one touches that desk?
No one except Chief Gang. The cleaner lady was in here this morning.
Still, 2 years have passed since that incident. Can't possibly be any clues remaining.
Can I ask you something?
Sure.
You only came here to look around, right? Because it's one of the SL9 crime scenes. I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, isn't it?
Why do you ask?
You don't think... Nah. You wouldn't be... No. No, there's no way. Never mind. Don't worry about it.
Okay, now then, let's look around a bit more.
Hey, hold on. Not so fast, buddy.
Huh? What is it?
When someone tells you don't worry about it, you're supposed to stop bothering you, pal. You're just let it go at that.
Well, fuck you. Sorry, this guy's starting to get on my nerves. Okay, so what's bothering you?
You don't think Chief Gang might be a suspect, do you?
What? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him? Chief Gant. So it's finally come to this. What do I think of him? It's the best I don't divulge my feelings. Yet.
There you go, ignore me again.
No way! Chef Demon Ant? A bad guy? No!
Nah, couldn't it? No.
No. No, can't be. No. 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 Wow, look at the size of Chief Gant's desk! Speaking of that, when we were here earlier...
Oh, it's you two.
Chief Gant! Put that paper he was reading on his desk, in his desk.
Oh, yeah.
I wonder what he was reading.
This looks like a list of evidence.
A list of evidence?
In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this, though.
Hey, look at the case name.
Huh? SL9 incident. I wonder what this is doing here.
Hold on, detective. What did you say?
I said, I wonder what...
No, about the evidence list. Normally they're twice as long.
That's right. I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence.
A half-sized list of evidence.
The list of evidence seems too short. That's not twice as long.
What would the other half of the list be doing here? I knew it! The chief must be hiding something about that case! It would appear so. Evidence list. A list of evidence in the SL9 incident was ripped in half, so this part is all I've got. I wonder what this is. Looks like someone drew some kind of sketch here. What is that? What is it? Did you find something? Can't make it out. Better keep quiet about it for now.
This is
Huh?
the scene
Oh,
she
no.
saw.
Nothing. Why are her eyes moving like that, Mr. Wright? Better not forget about this picture. Wow, look at the side Chief Gant's desk. We found this inside of the drawer. A list of evidence from the SL9 incident. Mr. Edgeworth had the other half of that list. What would the list be doing here? Better look a little more into this list. This is the real... Yeah, just put that as close to your microphone as possible. No, no, stop, no. This is the real deal, isn't it? This armor and these weapons?
Sure is, pal. Chief doesn't care for imitations.
First the pipe organ, now this armor? You know how many taxpayer dollars must have gone into this room? What? You mean we're paying for this? That's it. I'm not paying 1 cent of my taxes. You don't have any taxes to pay!
Just be careful what you say. Who knows? The chief may be hiding this armor as we speak.
I don't think he'd fit in there. Even if he did, he'd never be able to get back out.
Cut it out. You just don't know how scary that guy can be.
You must be pretty far from 15 stories up. If you were to drop that suit of armor from here...
Now, that's the chief wanted to use stained glass for his window.
Really? Why didn't he?
And I said he changed his mind because he wouldn't be able to see the view.
Oh. Stained glass or not, it's a huge window.
The chief's organ show is a sight to behold. Occasionally, we hear him playing it from the criminal affairs department.
That's on the 2nd floor, and this is the 15th floor of an entirely different building.
When the detective screws up, the chief calls him to his office and makes him listen to the organ for hours.
What's about that? Music soothes the soul.
Just fucking, like, power playing them, just forcing them to listen to ominous-ass villain organ music, knowing that they have complete control over your job and can do anything he wants. Like,
It's so fucked up.
like, you can't leave. He's not gonna like it if you leave.
You just gotta sit there and listen to your boss playing the organ in an ominous way.
After that.
Mako, Liz says Mako is crushed and rendered unusable in pocket.
No, I'm not.
It'd be very difficult to do so.
The detective can't hear anything for days except for the ringing in their ears.
So an instrument of punishment, literally. But aren't the chief's ears affected?
He never listens to anyone anyway.
That's beside the point. These shelves are mostly empty. Lana must have cleaned them out when she transferred over to the prosecutor's office. A small picture frame on the left shelf. Hey! This is when Lana and I went to that theme park.
Look at that giant window. Makes you want to crash through it and jump outside.
Torturing someone by making them listen to you play Through the Fire and Flame on a pipe organ. That would be insane. This is the 15th floor.
I know, I was just saying.
Saying what?
Ever since making Detective, I always dreamed about doing something like that.
Note to self, Detective Gumshoe has a lot of dreams. As long as he doesn't go crashing through that window when he gets fired. Don't say that! This is Lana's desk. It sure is tidy. Lana's always been a meticulous cleaner. There's not even any dust on it. Looks like someone is still keeping it clean. Does Lana ever come back here?
No. Chief Dan must still keep it clean in memory of their partnership. They were stuff legends are made of. Emma is fun. I think I like Emma better than Maya.
Does she keep it in memory of her, or in memory of the crime? This was taken on that day 2 years ago. It's the day Joe Dark ran out of the questioning room and tried to kill Emma.
After receiving his award trophy, Mr. Marshall took a picture here. then went along with Chief Gant to question Dark. I bet he never knew he'd be dead just a few hours later.
I feel like most people don't know they'll be dead a few hours later. Gee, you think? This mark looks like some sort of kind of flower.
Well, it is. It's designed after the insignia on the prosecutor's badge.
Prosecutor's badge?
Yeah, like the one hanging from your collar.
What? They have badges too?
The design is supposed to portray the severity of the punishment system.
Now you mention it, it does look all pointy and kind of painful. Mr. Edgeworth never wears a badge.
That's because he's a sharp dresser. Badges like that wouldn't go too well with his outfit.
So sharp dressers don't need to wear badges?
I guess everyone just kind of lets it slide.
I don't see how that's supposed to signify severe punishment. This is a safe, isn't it?
Safe. That word is ripe with intrigue.
What? Mako crushed and rendered unusable in Creed's pocket, who was then crushed and rendered unusable in Liz's pocket, who was then crushed and rendered unusable in my pocket. That is too many crushed and unusables. If anyone is going in anyone's pocket, it's you guys in chat going in my pocket. Because you guys are my beloved audience, and I want to give you a hug. Okay, if you say so. It looks like a code needs to be entered in this panel for it to open. A 7-digit number. I think I might just know what it is. You want to input a number, Muck?
Do all sevens. You know what it is?
I have a hunch.
Oh, I know. You want to try my birth date? This.
I have a better idea. Here goes nothing. So
It
you
was
would like...
actually just 7777777. This guy's a fucking dumbass. Do it. No, no.
I guess that wasn't it. I was so sure that was the number.
No, you weren't.
Maybe you should check the record again. A 7-digit number.
Why would you be so sure that it was exactly that? What a fucking dumbass. Oh my god.
Bingo!
Well, to be fair, I guess the employee IDs aren't like supposed to be public knowledge, but still.
Yeah. First of all, choosing to make your ID, or at least getting the ID 7777777, and then also making your safe combination 7777777 is dumb. Even if it wasn't your ID, why would you make your safe code 7777777? I once saw a video about PIN numbers, and it like showed a distribution chart of how common a number, like a set of numbers was, and it was
Is the number one? I'm guessing the number one is either 1111 or 1112. I'm leaning towards the second one, maybe.
I think I can't recall if the most common one is 1111 or 1234. Those ones are insanely common. Like, it is unreasonable how common they are. All of the ones that line up with a date are extremely common. Anything that has 4 digits repeating is also very common. And then, like, obviously, the bigger the number is, the less likely that number is to show up. With one odd exception way off in the distance, which is 2580. Do you want to know? 2580.
Why?
I'll let you think about that one.
2580. 258. I don't have any idea.
Do you have your cell phone on you?
Yes.
Open up a call. Try to call. Open up a call.
Oh wait. Is it like? I don't. Wait, no, this still isn't. I don't understand.
Are you looking at the keypad?
Yeah. Did you mean to say 2580?
That's what I said. 258. What do you mean? That's what I said multiple times. 2580.
Did they say that, or did they say 2508?
I for a fact said 2580.
I might be wrong. I might be the wrong one. They've been saying 2580. Oh no.
Well, we have no choice, Mako. You were stupid on stream.
Oh no.
You know the punishment for being dummy brain. There we go.
Wow.
Okay, right back to where we were. What number did you enter?
Whose birthday was that, pal?
7777777. The final ID card number on that record. And also, Tiger, not the corners. It is a straight line from the top middle to the bottom middle of a keypad. What? The number of the mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day.
You mean 777777777? The ID number?
I think you're 1-7 shy this time. This can only mean one thing. That Chief Gant's ID number. Ow. Don't do it. Mako doesn't have the brain to spare. Mako, please, you're not beating the bimbofication allegations. Say, anyone care to look inside?
Oh.
Whoa! This area must have been covered in blood. Is this from that incident? It must be, when Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. 2 years have passed, so this reaction's kind of dull. The murder really did take place here.
probably it.
Yeah.
Is there any money in there? How much does he have stashed away?
Look, it's a
Shard from a broken cup.
this somehow looks familiar. Where have I seen this before? There's something else in here too. What's this? Looks like a piece of leather cloth? This is a handprint, is it?
Hey, I saw someone wearing a shirt like that once. You think the chief made up the design?
I don't think so.
Oh, well, it was just a thought.
Is that it? This is all that was in the safe? Apparently so. It's empty now.
A piece of cloth with a handprint on it, and a broken shard from a cup.
They look like pieces of evidence.
Yeah, but unless you can prove they have something to do with this case. That means you have the fucking jar. No, I'm afraid I can't just let you take them. After all, is my neck on the line here?
Great. Now I have to prove their relevancy to get them. Are these two items related to the S-Line incident? Come on, there's gotta be something we can show the detective. What do we show the detective? Muck?
I already said the vase.
Yeah.
Well, I said the jar, maybe.
Hey, don't you? Could you have another look at this jar?
I remember when the three of us put that back together. Ah, those were the days.
It's kind of early to be nostalgic. Wasn't this jar a piece of evidence from the case?
That's right. One of the shards had an SL9 incident sticker on it.
Doesn't this ring any bells? You know, that fragment we just found?
You mean this one? That was in the safe?
Yes, that one. That was in the safe.
Now that you mention it, it's ringing a lot of bells. Let's see if it fits. Do it.
Here, let me see that shard. I'll take a crack at this.
Go ahead, pal. Show us what a rookie can do.
Mr. Wright, here's some glue. I can piece it together again. The proof Chief Gant was knowingly hiding evidence. Here goes. There! Fits like a charm. That, of course, means Chief Gant willingly and knowingly hid a piece of this jar in a safe. In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident. But
Hey guys, get a load of this.
what is it?
This piece you just attached. It's different from the others.
There's a reddish line on it. A reddish line? That's blood.
I don't get it. Why would Chief Gant hide it in the safe?
Unstable jar updated in court record. Evidence from the SL9 incident. Fun fragment found in Chief Gant's safe. Blood traces.
I wonder if that's supposed to be a 7 and it's supposed to implicate Gant. That's kind of a long shot, though.
Okay,
Did we
so
do
we
it?
we managed to get the vase part. I think we need to get the leather part. The cloth.
Can I see the leather?
No, we can't because we don't have it.
Oh. You could try a glove or a handprint.
I was gonna go with this.
What are we doing again?
We're trying to prove that the piece of cloth is related to it. And he said, where have I've seen somebody wear this outfit before. So I'm guessing it's an outfit in this picture.
Sure.
Fine, I won't be able to give you any information. That's why I have to get it all out of my system now. You understand, don't you?
Don't be so negative, detective. We do want you to share your information, though.
Oh, who am I fooling? I never had anything useful to share to begin with.
Got to stay positive. Okay, that was not useful. You dust it.
Yeah.
I mean, what do you think?
Dust.
Dustin makes me feel good, Mako. Gumshoe, I'd like you to have a look at this.
Hey, I know what that is. So you want to take some fingerprints?
It's a great idea, detective.
Alright, go to town. Sheesh.
What are you doing? Why are you sticking out your hand like that?
Go ahead, take my fingerprints.
That's not how that works.
It's not your fingerprints we want to take.
Huh?
Come on, this isn't the time for jokes. Talking about that cloth we found in the safe. Okay, so did it.
Oh, I knew that. The one with the handprint on it, right? Sheesh, where's your sense of humor?
Okay, Mr. Wright, let's check for prints. Sprinkle the powder on the cloth. And once they've been absorbed into the prints, blow the rest away. What are you, my mom? I'm going to be told 1,000,000 times. Let's get this over with. I accidentally exited out of it.
Just do the thumb, I guess.
I'm attempting to dust. It's not letting me dust.
Pressing enter.
Oh, okay. Penis. Oh, you gotta pick a finger first. That's it.
Oh my god, just fucking do it. There you go.
Did my best shot. What kind of result won't be any good for matching prints, will it? It doesn't look like we'll get a clear result from this print. Let's try a different finger then. Which finger do you want to choose, Mako?
Which one did you just do?
I don't have any idea.
Thumb.
Get my best shot. Okay, not the thumb.
Middle? Maybe either middle or pinky. There you go. Man, I want to
Yay.
watch more Top Gear.
Forensics. Alright, Mako. Anyone in particular you want to check?
The marshals? I don't know.
Marshals looks like that.
Do we have the other marshal or no?
No, I do not believe so. We do not.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh. Okay. We got Gant. We got Mike Meekins. We got Jake Marshall. We got Bruce Goodman. We got Dick Gumshoe. We got Lana Sky. We got Emma Sky.
Oh, okay.
We got Angel Sir. What, Mako?
There's some, I don't understand what this... I don't even know what this piece of paper is, so I don't know what this means at all.
Match found! No. How can this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here? Hey, you found a match? Whose fingerprints were they? Huh? Oh, it seems the prints are too old. They aren't clear enough to get a match. Oh, that's too bad. I thought they'd be Dark's prints.
Psst. Hey, you, over here. What's going on here? What that kid's prince doing inside a sheath safe?
Don't ask me. Let's keep this information remembered for now.
Here, maybe you should hold on to this.
Piece of cloth. Found inside of Chief Gant's safe. Evidence for something, but what? Bears Emma Sky's prints.
Well, was that any help?
Of course! Thanks to your ID card, we were able to get some hard evidence.
That's not very kind, is it? In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless. Isn't that right, you in the coat? Chief Gant!
We didn't think you'd be back so soon.
We thought we'd get away with it. I'm sorry. Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs. As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out a window and saw a stray dog run right into a pole. Just then, I thought of a certain detective. You mean me, sir? Now then, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you all to leave.
Yes, sir. Sorry.
Oh, you in the coat. Me, sir? Drop off your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore. But, sir... Now get out! Yes, sir!
We'll be on our way too, then.
Wait, you, the one without the spiky hair. Don't go yet.
Me, sir?
I'd like a word with you.
But, sir, I'm not a licensed scientific investigator yet.
You with the spiky hair, you're free to go.
Mr. Wright! Did we really just abandon a 16-year-old child in a room with Gant?
Yeah, like what? What are you talking about? Look, pal, if I told you once, I told you 1,000 times. The chief's office is off limits. Like, he's gonna fucking murder her. But no, you just had to go sneaking in there like that, didn't you?
I thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired.
Yeah, but if I knew it would be like this, I never would have said it.
Now that I've seen the evidence Chief Gant was hiding in his office, I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. But why has she kept eerily silent about about it all this time?
Anyway, you listening to me? I'm gonna try to smooth things over with the chief again. Later, pal.
After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions, so she'll be busy for the rest of the day. For Brewery, 24th, Detention Center, Visitor's Room.
Let's see. So the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning.
It's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here.
But I've already told you all I can.
What do you mean, quick Cheez-It lists? What you've told me over these past couple of days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing.
Really? I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said that I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman.
You know, I think I finally figured it out. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words.
You did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. It seems Edgeworth was right.
Edgeworth?
Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term he used, I believe.
Now's my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story. Also, we should... Clear hamper can be seen on the leather cloth. The print belongs to Emma. I think I'll keep this information to myself. Record stains must be blood tracers from the incident 2 years ago. Only the fragments found in Chief Gant's office still has the lines remaining on it. Keeping quiet. I have to admit, I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth. It's that you're incapable of doing so, because of a certain individual.
What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say? So you think I'm protecting this person?
Protecting? No. I think afraid of is more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you into silence.
For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, whom may I ask is this person you're speaking of? The one I am supposedly so frightened of. What is this person's name?
Mike Meekins!
Meekins.
Yourself!
Yourself.
The person whom you fear is this!
To be honest, there's someone a bit scarier.
Who would that be?
You, of course.
Me?
Yes. You seriously believe what you're saying, don't you? And that's scary. You seem to have the makings of a criminal in you, with all your fallacious accusations. Care to spend tonight in the cell next to mine? Jesus.
Is that a date?
What?
You asked me, you're the scary one. That's what I just said!
Yeah.
Who are they afraid of, man? Oh, is it
Yeah.
Gant? Well, Miss Sky?
Mr. Wright, you are addressing the chief prosecutor. Do not forget your place.
I take it she is still not ready to spill the beans.
My apologies. Could you please tell me a bit more about what you think you know? We were partners until 2 years ago. I started him as a detective.
Assuming he is respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes?
His crimes?
Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically, hiding and forging evidence.
Of course, these are serious offenses.
Why is it, though? The Chief Gant's name was never mentioned.
Chief Gant?
Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was...
Me. I had access because I was second in command of that investigation.
Yes, you, but also one other. Damon Gant.
If you attempt to accuse Chief Gant, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gant falsified evidence in that case. The jar fragment?
I just found this in the safe in Chief's office. This jar piece and this piece of cloth. Do you know what these are? They're a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident. The person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Gant himself. Now tell me, why? Ain't nothing but a heartbreak. Are you taking all the blame for him?
Touche, Mr. Wright.
It's pronounced Tucci.
It's as you surmised. I cannot disobey the Chief's orders. Even if it means being found guilty for murder.
Why not?
Come now, Mr. Wright. You can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate.
In the murder of Detective Goodman.
Well, perhaps I should say follow orders. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate.
Orders.
Although I can't tell you the details, I can say that I was given an order that day. I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car.
Just as I suspected. Despite what everyone believes, you are not the one who murdered Detective Goodman.
Correct. I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. The trunk's lock was broken. And I discovered that murder weapon while inspecting the body.
Murder weapon? You mean Edgeworth's knife?
No. When I found the body, this was the knife stuck in it.
The knife from the SL9 incident. Serial killer Joe Dark's knife.
I couldn't just leave that knife in him. So I took it out and stabbed him with another knife.
That would be Edgeworth's knife.
That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands are shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's how I ended up cutting my hand.
And that is the reason for the bandage on your right hand.
Yes. It seems that I got blood on the victim's shoes as well. And then... she saw me just as I plunged the knife in.
Miss Starr, huh? Why'd you need to hide Dark's knife so badly?
It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't ever want it to be opened again. My intent was to prevent that, by whatever means possible.
So, you hid Dark's knife.
The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in the Joe Dark case. If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have a field day with that.
So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it. In Edward's exhaust pipe.
Right. Then I called my sister to tell her what happened and to ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler.
You asked Emma?
I didn't want anyone on the force to know about this.
That explains why Emma is so confident about Lana's innocence.
Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day.
A bad feeling?
The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gant, the first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall.
To Marshall? Why on earth would you call him?
The lead investigator for the SO9 incident had been murdered. Knowing that fact to be kept hidden and I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust. At least I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade of his own.
Yeah, it's reasonable. Oh, you mean...
Not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands.
He disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence.
He had already stolen the ID card. But it seems he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. After my phone call, any remaining doubts he had must have disappeared.
So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room. The evidence in the incident room.
The incident room. I'm afraid that's all I can tell you.
That's what I call my bedroom, right, fellas and ladies? But, Anna...
You've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, as a defense attorney and investigator. No, please. Don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow.
Tomorrow's trial. There's only one way to drive off Lena's demons. I've got to get to the bottom of everything. Detective Goodman's real murderer. And what went down in the chief's office 2 years ago.
I will be right back.
Okay. Let me just save up real quick. Gotta get to the bottom of everything, including even creeds. So fucking rude. So goddamn rude. So unbearably rude and mean and cruel. Unusual. Debased. Currently I'm trying to peel an orange. It's not going well. Not good at peeling oranges. I've never been a big fan of oranges, but I just need to consume something and to have an orange. Like, why is there so much pith? Like, pith off, am I right, gamers? That's the kind of humor you come here for. Trying to oil a prange. Okay. No, don't. So much fucking pith. Get off of there. Orange. Pith is basically the Dark Souls of an orange. What do you mean? And also shut up. Oh boy, round 2, let's go! We're up here gaming, we are the gamers. We're doing the video gaming. This is what it's all about. We wake up early in the morning, we game. This is peak performance. This is becoming the greater version of ourselves. This is becoming our true ultimate form. Ascending beyond our bounds to something even more perfect. I'm a fucking gamer. I am gaming right now. You would not even believe. You would bereave, in fact.
Hello, I'm here. Hello, I'm here.
Hello, Mako. I'm doing what we call in the business gaming. 58-second Minesweeper medium.
Oh. That was the sound of me shivering. I went, for some reason.
It happens. Anyways, it's already been 3 hours. Let's get to this trial.
Jeez, really? No wonder I'm kind of tired.
Yeah, that investigation took forever. But I want to finish this game today.
Man, the fact that we were considering finishing this in the last stream is like no fucking way.
Yeah, not a goddamn chance. February 25th, 9:47 am. District Court, Defendant Lobby, Numero 2. This is the defendant lobby, alright, but there is no defendant. I'm trying to reach Lena all morning. Where could she be? And where's Emma, for that matter? It almost seems as if...
They're both murdered. Something's happening behind the scenes.
Edge! Worth!
Knowing you, you've already figured it out. Who the owner of the 7777777 ID number is, that is.
Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. Looks like I'm not the only one who's figured it out.
You know, the only reason this child didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubts regarding this ID record. If that number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything.
True. Not yet.
In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes, right? Chief Prosecutor Skye will be found guilty.
But she didn't do it!
I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here, to hear what you have to say.
This is the first time he's ever done something like this. Lena's hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her.
The truth?
Everything goes back to the SL9 incident.
Don't be stupid. Today's the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past.
That depends on you. Why is there so much pith on my orange? If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened.
I have to think about it. Seal in court, right? Where is Mako? I'm here.
This is it. We're never gonna find out what Chief Gan has on her. It's now. Heck yeah, heck yeah. February 25th, 10 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 9!
Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky.
That's an incredibly rude thing to suggest, Liz. This is so mean. The defense is ready, Your Honor.
The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Normally, this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement.
No, it's fine, Liz. I'm just ribbing.
For that, the police chief has a proposal to make.
Chief Gant.
Just fades into existence. Morning, folks. How's everyone doing? Hey, Edgy, been back to the pool yet? No, I've been drowning enough as it is in my work. Oh, that's a good one. Don't think I can top that. If you don't mind me asking, Chief, exactly what is this proposal of yours? Lana, that is to say, the defendant, is asking me if she could speak directly to the court.
She wants to do what?
Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble. What's this all about, defendant? I'd just like to make one simple request, and I'll be finished. Well then, what's your request? Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial.
Huh?
I confess to all charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office.
No, Lana! Your Honor, my client's an idiot! You can't. No, the defendant's claim does not change the defense's plea!
In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services.
But, Lana!
Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but it has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please.
Is he behind the hills and far away? That's a way to put it, Moondog.
Well, the defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. The request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Indeed, it appears there's no further need to continue this trial, even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise.
Can't be happening.
It appears the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant.
Objection!
One moment, Your Honor.
Wright might not be able to object anymore, but Edgeworth certainly can.
Over this guy. Mr. Edgeworth.
You can't forfeit your right to the prosecutor.
The prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature. Come now, Worthy. I understand that this is a difficult time for you.
Am I the only one having volume issues? If anybody is having volume issues, they should inform me to make sure if it is either me or you.
Could you be specific? What is the issue? Oh, why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut?
Edgeworth out here like, I already dealt with one dad with a god complex.
I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Count. What? Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes.
Ooh, just coming out with it. He's coming out swinging.
Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be.
Is Phoenix still allowed to be here?
With a sudden confession from the defendant. Volume's a little fuzzy, soft, and low. How is it fuzzy and soft? Hang on, let me listen. Avery, you say something real quick?
I am saying things. These are words coming out of my mouth hole. They are noise reverberations through the air.
I think I'm a little bit quiet. Actually, no, I'm good. I'm good. It sounds fine to me. I don't know.
Turn up the volume on your device.
It's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes. Some kind of deal, hmm? Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy. I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness. Oh, to whom? As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye. I request the court hears her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, I am exercising my right to self-representation.
Yeah, you are representing yourself as the defense. That does not mean that they do not represent themselves as the prosecutor. That's not how that works.
I don't think we need to continue. I don't care what you think, Mr. Skye.
The come around in Edgeworth has been so good.
The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it.
Luna, we've called like an actual 6-year-old to the stand before.
And a bird.
And a bird. Unrelated, but we did call a bird.
Very well. The court shall grant the prosecution's request. That's okay with you, right, Chief Gant? Worthy. You'll live to regret this. Mark my words.
Edward would be like, that's a fucked up thing to say in a courtroom.
I still don't have this guy's voice down, by the way. I never will for the entirety of it.
Your Honor, I don't give a shit. I'm bawling. Bring the kid.
I'm like muting myself and practicing the voice. I can't get it. Miss Emma Skye, please take the stand.
Probably due to all the excess estrogen, it seems.
It does make it harder.
Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins. Why am I still allowed to stand here?
No one's noticed. Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation.
My name is Emma. Emma Sky? My occupation? I'm Lana's little sister, and I want to be a scientific investigator.
2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark of the Joe Dark killings. Is this correct?
Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though.
I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I am going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time.
Mr. Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant?
Yes, it most certainly is.
Well, okay then.
These are gaming fast.
Large hand vibe to his voice? I don't... No. Please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago.
The trip to yesteryear has finally begun. It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial. Two years ago. I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me. But I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest.
It's a good thing you aren't harmed.
I passed out. I don't remember much.
Also, he was stabbed in the back.
That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth. What does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder?
That will soon become apparent, Your Honor.
You've got to admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence.
Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination.
I thought we weren't the defense anymore.
Yeah, like, we should not be allowed to do this. 2 years ago, the defendant was a detective at the police department, correct? Yes, she was second in command under the deputy chief of the police, Gant. My sister, she was the best detective ever.
Yes, I remember. Deputy Chief Gant and Miss Sky used to be quite the pair.
I believe they shared the same office.
That's right. I'd always sit at my sister's desk and dream about playing that organ. I wanted to play it that day, too.
The police department and the prosecutor's office had a ceremony that day.
Lana promised to take me to dinner after she finished her work. Ma'am?
Dude,
Yes.
imagine having enough money to go to restaurants. Holy shit. What if that was us one day?
Yeah. Yes, Joe Dark. He was a serial killer.
Joe Dark was brought in for questioning on the day of that ceremony. We were desperate to get anything on him that would lead to an arrest.
When he saw his chance, he fled the room, right?
Upon fleeing the room, Dark proceeded to take the elevator. He must have been in a panic because the elevator was going up. Then he ran into Sky in Gant's office.
There was a lot of noise coming from outside, so I opened up the door to have a look. That's when I saw him. What was the prosecutor doing there?
That day, there were 2 people present during Doc's questioning. Deputy Chief Damon Gant and Prosecutor Neil Marshall.
Almost forgot about Gant.
Neil Marshall had just received the King of Prosecutors Award. Young and dedicated, he went straight to the questioning room after the ceremony. I assume that would also be why he was supposed to run after
Drake. When Drake grabbed me, I thought I was as good as dead. And that's when Prosecutor Marshall came running in. I don't clearly remember what happened then. But... Can you tell us about that? Mr. Marshall jumped on Drake. Just then, the lights went out.
The lights?
It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on, and lightning struck nearby. So electricity went out.
Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in that room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right?
Right, but just then lightning flashed again outside. The sudden flash left an unforgettable image on the scene in my mind.
I see.
I told the detective about what I saw then. The detective? Yes, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case. Detective Bruce Goodman, the victim. Let's hear more! So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago? Yes, that's what's so scary about this trial.
And you told Detective Goodman about what you saw?
Yes, but... at the time, the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture. A picture? Yes, I think she mentioned that before.
Well, Mr. Wright, have you heard enough? As to the picture.
This picture the witness drew. I believe it was has a very important meaning.
But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture. Witness, would you mind if we added this statement to your testimony?
Yes, Your Honor. A picture of that scene once, but it seems to have been lost. You drew a picture of the scene you witnessed, right? Yes, I wanted to do everything I could to help the investigation. I can still see it now, whenever I close my eyes.
That's strange. I took over the case after Prosecutor Marshall died. Yet I never received any picture. Perhaps the witness is mistaken.
But I did draw it, I swear! I'm not just imagining it. This picture that Emma drew. It reminds me. I guess I should check the evidence again.
But anyway, let's continue. This scene then imprinted an image in your mind. Could you please describe it to us?
Man. It must have been a real shock. Even now, when I close my eyes, I can still see it just as clearly.
Tell us. What were you doing at that moment? Will you testify that Joe Dock was holding you hostage?
When lightning struck and the lights went out, Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark and was thrown aside. The two began wrestling each other. I'm pretty sure I was watching them. Doesn't have any reason to lie. Lana sure does. I need to get Emma to tell me as much about this as she can. Okay, Mako, where is the heirs?
Just show the drawing.
Mr. Edgeworth! This little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet you would insist on denying its existence?
Huh? Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that as the prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handed such a picture.
That may well be, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold!
This is the evidence list for the SL9 incident.
Please turn it over, Your Honor.
Turn it over. Turn. Ah, what's this? Yes, what is that?
Hey, that's it! That's the picture I drew!
Indeed, two men appear to be wrestling here. What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list?
Me?
Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to that list. Ah. These lists, they're different from each other. What? It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit together to form one.
Dun dun dun!
You can see the marks here where they were torn apart from each other.
So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago, only half the evidence in the case ever reached you.
What? What?
I can't do like the yelling.
Order! Order!
Orange.
But Miss Sky, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list?
Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor. Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor?
Are you alright, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head.
If the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list.
Has he never noticed?
Yes, that's quite conceivable, Mr. Edgeworth.
It's possible. Let's see.
Is something wrong?
You even have to ask? How did he never notice that there was something on the back?
Sorry, Your Honor. There is indeed something wrong on the back of my list.
It's that thing.
Oh my god.
Yeah!
What?
I've been waiting for that!
That thing that was dancing in the evidence room.
Clearly, this act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief of detectives.
I guess he was out of scrap paper. Evidence list restored and updated in the court record.
Very well, witness. Will you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago?
That is a thing, Liz, is that this entire case sort of acts like a combination of all the prior cases. Like, flipping a piece of paper over. A person and their sister being focal points of the thing. A previous case from a while ago is relevant to the ongoing case. Other things like that. Huh? Oh, yes, sir, Your Honor. What's wrong with Emma? She seemed to be thinking about something when she was looking at the picture. Emma's picture. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant.
To think a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your mind.
Lightning can strike hotter than the surface of the sun. Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw.
Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Doc about to murder prosecutor Neil Marshall. The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
It was a picture. We have a lot to work with here. Did you draw this picture right after the incident? I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later. At first, I was in such a state of shock that I couldn't do anything.
During that time, the investigation team was reorganized. Detective Goodman was placed in charge, under the discretion of Damon Gant and bsky.
2 or 3 days later. The memory should still have been fresh in her mind.
Excuse me, witness. But could you please tell us why this picture is painted all black?
The flash of lightning was so bright I could see the shadows. So at the time, you didn't even know it was Mr. Marshall who had come to your rescue? No, I couldn't see him clearly. Lightning was so bright, I was knocked to the floor. You were knocked to the floor? Dark had a tight grip on me, but when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. I turned around, and that's when the lightning flashed. Poor Emma. I'm just glad she wasn't hurt.
What happened after the lightning flashed?
Then I must have fainted. You mean you didn't see the actual murder take place? No, I'm sorry.
The flash of lightning only drove off the darkness for a split second. Not only that, but the trauma of the situation understandably caused the witness to faint. Do you really need to torture this girl any further?
What? Hey, I'm not the bad guy here!
I love this case.
Anyway, this picture... It shows exactly what I saw in an instant. Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw? Of course! This is the exact scene! It wasn't influenced in any way from your talks to the detectives?
Are you insinuating we somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright?
No, of course not. Better watch out or you might find some way to cut my salary. I drew this picture before I heard anything from the detectives, so I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me.
Mr. Wright, is there something that's bothering you about this picture?
Oh, well... That's strange. She claims this is exactly what the scene that was imprinted in her mind, and yet... there's clearly a contradiction here.
Wait,
What's-
didn't we have like a photo of that incident?
No. We just see the flashback version of it sometimes.
Okay, yeah, but that's not actually real.
Yeah. So where's the issue?
Sure, let me see the picture.
While you think about that, I'm gonna go take a really
Wait,
quick...
go to the third page of evidence. Go to the third page of evidence. And just let me look at, okay, now you can go.
Okay.
Well, this doesn't help me at all. Yeah, I don't know. I know. Meow.
I return.
Yeah, I'm a little clueless on this one.
Okay. Mako. I want you to tell me everything you see in this image.
I see a guy, he was like, got a hand on the shoulder of another guy getting ready to stab him.
Yep. Okay, got that part. Give me every detail you can get from this.
Stabber man holding the weapon in his left hand, and he's aiming for the victim's back, it would look like. He said that it was stabbed in the chest earlier, which is wrong, but that's not what we're dealing with here. I don't understand. I would be such a bad lawyer. What does the folder say? No. The folder.
The folder? Stabbed in the back, died from a punctured heart wound, a knife tip was in the wound. You also get the more detailed version.
Yay.
Neil Marshall, 27 male, day and time of death, February 19th, between 7 p.m. and 7:30 p.m. Cause death, single stab wound piercing the heart/lung. Assessment died from blood loss in under 10 minutes. Weapon found in the wound was missing tip.
Should this be more obvious to me?
You are closer than you think. What is weird about this drawing? Remember, this is what they saw exactly. They saw the lightning flash and the shadows of it all. They saw the exact silhouette of the scene. What is weird about this drawing in that case?
The only thing I can think is that they're using their left hand, but that's not that weird.
That's not that weird. We don't know the handedness of anybody in particular. If you were to draw this, what would you have done? What would you have done differently in this drawing than what seems to be done here?
The shoulder looks a little fucked up.
Well, sure, there's a lot more of an apparent thing that seems to be inconsistent with what we know.
What do we know?
Okay, what we're seeing here is presumably Joe Dark stabbing Marshall. Neil Marshall. What is he stabbing him with?
A knife.
How do you draw a knife?
I saw that didn't look like a knife, but I didn't really think that was... I just thought that was like a shitty attempt at a knife.
Yeah, it's not that hard to draw a knife.
Yeah, I suppose...
If there's one thing you draw when you draw a knife, what's the one thing you should include when drawing a knife?
So I guess you show the knife as evidence, maybe? I don't know. Last page.
What?
The middle page.
You want to send this? Okay.
Nice.
Your Honor, that statement contradicts this evidence.
I fucked up.
You did.
It does? I don't see anything contradictory.
Really?
Objection overruled. Try to think before you make accusations, Mr. Wright.
Whoops, that didn't go so well. You're close, though. It's this in regards to the knife, I believe.
Like, I figured it was probably gonna be that, I just didn't know why.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction. Like, you were on the ball for looking at the file, though. What? But I still remember it like it was yesterday.
Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us. What part of this picture contradicts the autopsy report? The knife.
Contradiction, of course, lies here. Take a look at this knife! The man is holding. Look closely, you can see that the tip is broken.
Even I don't have to look closely to see that, Mr. Wright.
But, Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See? The murder weapon? Its tip is broken too.
If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body. Oh yeah, that makes sense now. I see what the problem is.
It was the conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer. I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma.
And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem?
It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not yet be broken.
What's the meaning of this? Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand.
Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there.
That's right. What does this mean?
Stop objecting to the judge!
The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness's memory is mistaken.
That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time. But she was sure she remembered correctly.
But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency.
Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There is another explanation. Have you forgotten already? About a little something called falsified evidence?
You're treading on thin ice, Wright.
Edge would be like, I'm about to jump this podium, bitch! All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility, Didi.
No. Order! Order! Order!
Jam on toast.
Are you saying the investigation really was corrupted?
Your Honor, please allow me to once again go over the events that took place on the day of the murder. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day.
God, this is such a huge fucking chapter. I'm exhausted.
After receiving the King of Prosecutors Award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gant. During the questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It is my belief that somewhere in this story, there is a lie. I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife.
If that's true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife. What are the chances of there being two broken knives?
Another broken knife besides Joe Dark's?
Why was there another knife?
Because we know he was only stabbed once, but we know Emma saw that the knife was broken before he was stabbed. So the knife could not have broken and lost its tip inside of Marshall's body. So that is presumably the falsified evidence. And the only way that could be true is if there was a different broken knife.
Right, I don't know why I didn't follow that. I do know, I'm dumb.
So,
There's another one.
if the witness is this adamant about the accuracy of what she saw, it can't be just explained away with simple observational error. Mr. Wright. In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife.
I assume then that you have some information about this other broken knife. If so, please feel free to enlighten us.
The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Take a look at this. Here's the real murder weapon. Attorney's badge, Goodman's ID, King Prosecutor Survey, Edgeworth's knife, parking stub, blue badger panel, Goodman's autopsy report, Goodman's note, Lana's cell phone, parking lot floor plans, crime photo, victim shoe, switchblade knife, luminol testing fluid, ID card record, fingerprinting set, screwdriver, Goodman's lost item report, evidence room floor plans, rubber glove, evidence locker, unstable jar, Marshall's fingerprints, security video, Cecil 9 incident files, Neil's autopsy report, Grant's team picture, evidence list, piece of cloth. We're looking for a broken knife.
Wait, is that knife right there a different one than the one that was? No, because that's the one we're assuming was ours. Well, then it is just the broken knife, isn't it? Because she said she was a broken knife.
The knife? She saw a broken knife, but we know it can't be this broken knife because this is the one that has a broken tip inside of his body. But the knife had to have been broken before it stabbed him. So we need to prove that there was another broken knife. Where, oh where, could a broken knife be?
What's the third page again? Wait, let me see that photo. No. Can I see the evidence list? Can you actually, like, look at what's on it?
On the front?
Yeah.
No.
What happens if you press enter? Oh, right. We're looking for a broken knife. We don't have another broken knife.
We don't have a broken knife, but we can prove that there is a broken knife in existence. I love how Mako has slowly started taking up a significant portion of the screen. Also, hi Arya!
I don't know.
You were on the right track.
When?
You asked to look at a piece of evidence and then said no.
I don't remember. Oh, the picture? Let me look at it again. Yeah, because like I saw the blade is there, but I don't see what that proves. I mean, is that blade still on that armor?
Yes?
Then it can't be that.
Yeah, it cannot be that. Is something the matter, Mako?
Okay, that's the shield.
The answer lies in the past. 2 years in the past. Right here inside this picture.
This is a picture of the awards ceremony. Oh!
That's what, the moment you just had a second ago.
What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? It's the broken murder weapon.
Notice the award Prosecutor Marshall is holding? That's a broken knife! As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood from this award!
Order, order, order.
I would love some salmon. Neil Marshall was awarded the King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given this broken shield and knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation.
But that can't be.
Oh, and why not, Mr. Edgeworth?
Because if the King of Prosecutors Award knife was the murder weapon, then the murderer and the victim would be reversed.
What do you mean?
I mean, this man raising a knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall. What?
Oh!
Why is that necessarily it?
Because he would have been the one who had the broken knife. He's the one who had the trophy.
Yeah, but couldn't Joe Dark have just ripped the thing off the trophy?
No, he's the one who had the trophy first, so he would have been the one to remove the knife first.
But couldn't Joe Dark have just grabbed the knife off the trophy?
Why? What do you mean grab the knife off the trophy?
The same way that we're saying the Marshall did.
Neil Marshall's holding the trophy. He brought it with him because he just won it.
Yeah, but that still doesn't mean he couldn't take it out of his hands and yoink the knife.
I suppose during the wrestling, they could have swapped the knife at some point.
But the prosecutor was the one who actually died.
That's true. What's going on here?
It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions.
Yeah, as like Azunakon pointed out. So in that time, it must have if they were being held hostage, if Em was being held hostage, Marshall comes up, knocks Joe Dark away, and then Emma falls to the ground. And when she turns and looks to see, that's when the lightning flash happens. Do you really think in that amount of time, Joe managed to take the knife from them and then get in the upper position? Like, this is like the moment when the fighting just started.
Okay.
Wait, I remember now. I remember everything.
Witness.
Mr. Edgeworth,
What is it?
could you show me your evidence list again, please?
His list? The one with that picture scribbled on the back? Dude, I literally, like, the only thing I felt like, remember how I said that I have not felt like doing literally anything in particular all day? Like, there's nothing I want to do.
Yeah.
The only exception is Top Gear. Like, that's the only thing where it's like, you know what, I actually want to do that, and I will enjoy myself as I'm watching Top Gear.
You seem like the sort who would enjoy Top Gear. You long to see the inside of a vehicle someday.
I don't know, it's just like I'm not disliking this, I'm just not enjoying it as much as usual.
That's unfortunate. We could watch Top Gear later. It would be great.
Yeah,
We just gotta get through all this. We gotta win this game, Mako. Don't you want to see the conclusion of this trial and find out what the fuck's happening here?
Yeah, I just don't know how long it's gonna be.
A while. I knew it. This picture. I'm the one who drew it.
What?
You drew that? That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture. All this time I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have locked this part away deep inside me.
Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness's testimony. Would you please tell us what you recalled, bsky?
Yes, Your Honor. First the knife mix-up, and now the blue badger? This should be interesting. Emma's recollection. When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed towards both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife? Just then there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger! He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow.
What the fuck is happening? This is certainly most unusual. Try impossible. The chief of detectives hadn't even designed him until this year.
That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago.
Yes, well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination. Stop, please! Don't pursue this any further!
Lana!
What's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair. But you can't do this! I've already confessed to the crime! Why can't you just leave it at that? Chief Prosecutor Sky.
Tonight of Bottom Gear, I crash a car into McDonald's and get away with it.
You've already come this far. It's too late to turn back. Hammond! Silence! The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant.
It seems we're finally getting to the core of the matter.
Can't wait for like a year or however long it's gonna take for them to make another Bottom Gear episode.
I can't wait for more Bottom Gear. I want to see a Bloodborne trying to get 1/3 of the umbilical cord, some sort of challenge run.
I want to see like a challenge run where one of them is playing Demon Souls, one of them's playing like Bloodborne.
I don't want to be spoiled to Demon Souls.
Elden Ring.
I don't want to be spoiled to Elden Ring. There's so many YMFAH videos that are on Elden Ring that I can't see yet because we haven't finished that game.
Yeah, it occurs to me I can actually I can play the original Demon Souls because I have that on PS3 and but I need a capture card and I'm gonna do Metal Gear before that anyway.
Tonight on Bottom Gear, Hammond single-handedly wipes Kansas off the map. Emma's recollection. When I saw that man raise his knife... Oh, I've already read this part. Yeah, let's go.
What the fuck are you talking about? It's a British show called Top Gear. You should know about it because you're one of them.
It's an amazingly show. It's an amazingly good show. One of the people has a bit of an outrageous sense of humor, but, you know, looking past that, everything's pretty fucking amazing. It's
so
what...
did Jeremy end up getting fired? Is that what happens?
Yes, he ended up getting fired, and then when he got fired, the others were like, "Yeah, we're not going to continue working here. We like Jeremy."
Yeah, that's cool of them. I'm sure Jeremy is probably an asshole. Like he seems conservative just from what I can see of the show, but like in a way that's funny.
I know what Top Gear is. What do you mean Bloodborne placenta? I didn't say placenta, I said umbilical cord. That's a different part of the body.
Oh yeah, I didn't even like bat my eyes at that because I've played Bloodborne. I know what they're talking about.
Yeah, there are 4/3 of an umbilical cord you can get in that game.
Why are there 4 of them?
I guess to make it a little easier to get them in case you like miss out, because one of them is missable.
But this implies that there's at least another umbilical cord that was also split into thirds.
Yes. When you say that man, do you refer to Joe Dark? Yes, at least I think it was him. You think? All I could really see were shadows.
The power outage that immediately preceded the incident was also documented in the prosecutor's office reports.
Well, so that's another comparison to a previous trial. There was a power outage.
So then you... Jeremy Clarkson's kind of conservative slash racist, unfortunately. Yeah, I remember like one of the jokes he told was like, "Where was this car made? Iran?" And it's like, what is the joke just that brown people make bad cars, according to him? I don't know.
I think it has something to do with the car itself, and I just did not understand that joke. Like, I like his jokes. I think some of his outrageous commentary is pretty funny. Like, I don't think he genuinely believes the things he says. I think he just says them because they get a rile.
Didn't he once say like, what was this car made by communist Spaniards or something like that?
He does say communists a lot.
Like he like kind of means it, but it's still really funny in a way that's like I don't really care about. It's not really take seriously.
It's outrage humor, hence the term outrageous. Pennington rushed towards both of them. Why would you do something so dangerous? What else could I have done? He was about to stab Mr. Marshall. He seemed convinced that Dark was the one holding the knife.
But as you just theorized, Mr. Marshall was the one holding the knife.
Well, I didn't know that at the time. When that Dark guy knocked me down, all I could think of was, I've got to help that other person. What do you mean you think? You yink? It all happened so fast, and I was in shock. I don't remember everything clearly. What I did, it's all kind of a blur.
Miss Skye was almost killed before she was witness to a murder about to take place. With so much happening in a matter of seconds, little disorientation is only natural.
I saw the man about to stab the other person, who I thought was Mr. Marshall. I knew I had to stop the man with a knife.
What you did was very brave, young girl. So then what happened next?
Just then, there was another flashlight. Are you sure about this? Of course, see? I even drew a picture of him here.
But... it was the chief of detectives who thought up as a hideous beast. And that was just this year. The Blue Badger didn't exist 2 years ago. This is all quite verifiable. I'm guessing there's like an object that has that same silhouette that both were inspired by, I don't know.
I know it sounds strange. I was surprised too when I saw him at the police department. I had this nagging feeling that I'd seen him before somewhere. Yeah, I finally remember. Oh, brother. This guy stinks! Just when you thought the thing could cause enough commotion.
Tell us, where in the room did you see him dancing?
His shadow? So you mean you didn't actually see his face with his winning smile and all? That's right, but I still remember it. He had the 3 creepy horns.
This is pointless. That thing couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. The witness must be mistaken.
That may well be. But what's important is what caused her to think she saw what she did.
Oh? And I suppose you have an explanation? If so, then by all means, please show us what this shadow really was.
What was it Emma saw when that lighting flashed? Who is this Blue Badger, really?
Let me look at our evidence.
We got the attorney's badge, Goodman's ID, King of Prosecutor Trophy, Edgeworth Knife, parking stud, the Blue Badger panel, Goodman's autopsy report.
Let me look at all photos you come across as well.
Goodman's note, cell phone. This is the parking lot floor plan. It's not really a photo. The crime photo.
No.
Victim shoe, switchblade knife, luminol testing fluid, ID card record, fingerprinting set, screwdriver, Goodman's lost item report, the evidence room floor plans, a rubber glove, evidence lockers, the unstable jar, Marshall's fingerprints, security video, SL9 incident, Neil's autopsy report, the Grant team picture.
I don't know.
Femboy J out here saying double K cup. I feel like you have a gross overestimation of what a K cup looks like. It goes inside of a coffee machine to make coffee. What was that, Muck?
I don't think it's here.
Evidence list and piece of cloth.
Oh boy, oh boy.
How dare you make me laugh at a terrible joke? Look. I feel like you're gonna find a good joke on these streams.
We looked through all the evidence and there wasn't a single thing that was shaped like that.
Are you positive?
Other than the actual Blue Badger. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's not the vase, is it? The vase that... Can I examine the vase? Can I rotate the vase in my mind? Oh! Oh! Ow! Ow! Okay. What's that?
That was such a weird noise.
Was it?
The Blue Badger hadn't even been dreamt up when Emma drew this picture, yet she's certain she saw its shadow. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the defense's belief that on that fateful day 2 years ago, there indeed was something that looked similar to the Blue Badger. Something that is now sitting in this very room. Mr. Wright!
In this room? Very well, Mr. Wright. What is it that the witness saw in that instant?
Read the line.
Please show us this mysterious Blue Badger lookalike.
The mysterious Blue Badger was in fact this!
But that's... And what exactly is that?
I believe it's some sort of jar? But Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the Blue Badger. Indeed, it doesn't, as it stands now just a plain jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint?
Our viewpoint.
I've got to show them the correct angle to look at this from.
You having trouble with that? There you go.
Well, is this a miracle or what? No one can possibly deny this jar's resemblance to the Blue Badger. I love this trial so much.
No. It can't be! Order! Order!
One slice of rye bread.
The defense has proven its claim. The mysterious blue badger witnessed on the day of the crime was actually this. Objection! Although we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What's your point?
What do you mean?
So that badger thing was actually just a jar. It doesn't change anything.
I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, this changes everything!
Indeed. Well then, please tell us. What's different now that we know the witness saw this jar? I mean, it was probably the murder weapon.
Think about it. What do we know about this jar?
Not much. You can see it in the background of that photo.
Sure.
I don't know where exactly this photo is, though. Is that on the right side of the office?
I mean, where's the statue and that kind of stuff? The armor, suit of armor and stuff.
Well, where are we presuming that this murder took place?
Where was the blood stain when we were checking out the office, when we were looking in Gant's office? Where was the blood stain?
On the left.
Yes, but where was this jar?
On the right. But I don't understand. How would blood be?
Oh, Mako, Mucko, Mako, Mac, Mucko, Muck. Muck. What did we just determine is different? We know what the murder weapon is. Well, we presume what the murder weapon is. It's the broken knife from the trophy. We're pretty sure that the murderer... we don't know who the murderer is, obviously. Like, obviously we presume...
What, trophy?
What?
Oh, right. Never mind.
So what did we just determine is different between what we presumed and what is the truth? There was a bloodstain on the left side of the room, but this vase appears to be on the right side of the room.
I just don't understand. If the murder could have taken place on the jar, near the jar on the right, then how would blood be on left?
That's a good question.
Am I thinking too far ahead?
Possibly a little, but it's a bit of important information just to bring up. Like, what is this thing implying is wrong about our presumptions? Even if we know the blood is over on the left, we know that Emma was over on the right. So something is different here. What is the confusion of this thing? Is it the location, the murder weapon, or the murderer, Mako? It's...
Well, we're not...
Mako, are you okay?
I don't understand. I'm so bad at these.
We
games.
assumed that the murder occurred on the left side of the room where the bloodstain was.
Yeah,
If the-
so like that
if
could
the-
be happening, but then.
But we
Emma's
know
just
this
over
fight
sitting
occurred on the
right side.
If Emma's on the right side and just pushed someone, where's the fight happening?
No.
Where would it be, Mac? Oh,
This has got to be the. So I am thinking too far ahead with the
a
bloodstain.
little bit, yes. We know that the bloodstain means that we assumed that the fight happened on the left side of the room. The fact that she saw the vase after pushing somebody implies we're on the right side of the room. So what is incorrect about our preconceptions?
I think Mac was just too high and tired for thinking. Avery, you need to give me a break. We've been going for 4 hours. I've been tired like since we started. I've felt like shit today, and all of the blood is in my tits.
I am aware. It's the location, Mako.
Okay, so I was right immediately when I was like, okay, well, yeah, but it doesn't make sense that the location would be different because of the blood. But I didn't realize I'm supposed to not think that fucking far ahead yet.
Well, yeah, it just shows that there's a confusion there, that there's something inconsistent. We will then prove that kind of matter, but for the moment, we know there's an inconsistency in where this fight took place and where the bloodstain is.
Yeah, I suppose that makes sense. It's the only one that makes sense.
Allow me to trick these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar.
In a very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright.
Yes, well, knowing this, where would she have seen this jar?
Where?
Location of the jar is shown in a picture taken on the day of the crime. It's on a shelf in the office of Damon Gant.
But the body was found lying near Lana Sky's desk. The witness testified so herself.
Yes, and it's these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room in Chief Gant's office. Because that's where the jar fell. If she was over by the jar, the fight had to happen over there. So even though the body was found on the left side of the room, we have a witness stating that the fight must have happened on the right side of the room.
Yeah. Are you implying that the murderer moved the victim's body? Oh god, I'm so, like... Do you have any idea how far we are through the trial?
Not very.
I don't know if I can do this tonight.
Well, I guess we might have to do another part to it. Let us get to the break part of it at least.
I don't feel good.
You want to just end it here then?
Yeah, I really don't feel good.
Okay. I'm sorry, Mako.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. We can do it next time. Thank you all for coming this evening. I'm sorry that we didn't get to the end of the game today. We can get to it next time. Don't you worry. Today's...
Yeah, hopefully Friday I'll feel better.
Today's most loved viewer is gonna go to Liz for giving us fun facts. But yeah, that should be all. Quick, Creed. What do you want, Liz? It's not too late. We could disco. I do not think we're discoing at 11:30 at night. We're gonna have to do the double on Friday, because then we should be able to have enough time to finish this and also do it, because I forgot how long this section of the game goes on for. My sincerest apologies.
4.5 hours.
Yeah. But yeah, anywho, I apologize. Thank you all.
Like, this show was probably gonna go on for like 6 hours if I didn't stop us here anyway, right?
Yes, presumably.
Like,
yeah.
this, yeah, I feel like this is reasonable.
Yeah. Anyways, thank you all. I will look forward to your viewership on Friday, when maybe we'll be actually finish this game. Yeah, I'll talk to you all
It
next
just
time.
keeps going. This is simultaneously my favorite and least favorite trial in the game because I really like everything about it except for the fact that it's just too much. It's like exhausting.
That's fair.
I don't know.
Good night!